Uh, so welcome everyone. I'm Christina Erdei. I'm a photographer. I'm the head of the MA program here at MOME. I studied philosophy before, but I finished my PhD here at MOME in multimedia, and now I'm working on my second PhD in art history, and I'm focusing on the 20th century art activism. That's all about me, and now I would like to highlight that we have merchandise products in the back of the hall, so please go there and visit Emilio. We have tote bags, baseball caps, and t-shirts, which are really beautiful this year, so don't forget to buy them. And now I would like to talk shortly about our section. This is the third section of the symposium. And so photography has long been positioned as a factual medium, an apparatus for fixing reality, evidencing events, and stabilizing meaning. Yet the facts photography produces have never existed independently of the institutional frameworks that demand, authorize, and interpret them. From its inception, photography has been embedded in legal, artistic, scientific, administrative, and archival systems that defined what could count as a photographic fact, how such facts should appear, and for what purposes they might be mobilized. In the contemporary moment, these institutional demands increasingly extend into platform-based social systems, including social media and dating infrastructures, where photographic facts operate as instruments of identity verification, trust, and social legibility. In After Ways of Seeing, Adam Mazur looks at how photographic authority shifts over time from once dominant professional images to today's everyday self-representations. By placing forgotten studio portraits alongside dating app selfies, the lecture shows how ideas of credibility, power, and control are renegotiated as photography moves from institutional settings into platform-driven social spaces. In New Objectivity, in the second lecture, New Objectivity, Clarity as Symbolic Capital in the Age of Post-Truth, Ilaria Sponda explores why clear and objective photography has regained prominence today. Her lecture reveals how naturality and precision function as shared visual standards that shape what images gain visibility, value, and trust within contemporary exhibitions, markets, and media systems. Please welcome Adam Mazur, author, curator, and researcher, whose work has shaped how we think about Central European photography. Known for his insightful articles, essays, and books, Adam bridges deep scholarship with creative practice. Moving beyond theory, he brings a personal, exploratory approach to photography, seeking not just analysis, but also joy, curiosity, and new ways of seeing. Adam, the stage is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's kind of funny because now I'm the PhD in art history, and now I'm working on the art. So it's like a twist. And there is one more important add-on to this information about these t-shirts, is that students are trying to organize a party. So when you buy these t-shirts, then they will have money for the party. If you don't buy, there's going to be no party. So until now, nobody bought a single t-shirt, so please do support this fantastic idea of getting together of the MOME students. So you know, it's always a great pleasure to be here. So thank you for having me, you know, my friends here in Budapest. This is honor. And I also like the title of the conference, that is always this work in context. So I'm here not the first time, and this is a great opportunity to discuss how it looks nowadays to work in the field. So it's a very specific and fantastic chance to share our experiences here in public, but also during these meetings that we have in less formal environment afterwards. And I think it's equally important to what we talk about here. So basically, I guess that in each and every meeting like this, there should be sort of disclaimer. So yes, I am using AI manipulated imagery, and I'm kind of using this a lot. So it's hard to tell what is, real, what is not today. So just to begin with this statement, so nobody will get confused. And here is like a first thing that is a short introduction to these photos that I will show in a bit. This is the Elena Filipovich anthology that we kind of read a lot with my students, mostly MA students preparing for the diploma, how the artist is going to be a curator. But discussing things with students is a tricky thing. So they are asking me about how it is to be a curator as artists and what are these things in between. So I will be telling you the story of somehow how I was forced or changed my identity from this, purely academic theory producer to a sort of an artist. Part of this is the evaluation system that we have in all the schools. So I'm a curator. In last 5 years, in this last evaluation timeline, it turned out that curatorship before was considered to be a part of theory and art history. After this, is considered to be an artistic practice. So I had to, I was sharing this both identities, but in this last 5 years, I was like slowly becoming more and more into artist department. So I'm getting points for the evaluation when I do exhibitions, and they are treated by the evaluation department as the artwork. So I quit this writing boring text that nobody's reading, and now I'm enjoying my curator's practice as an artist, so to speak. The other thing was that pushed me to do this were discussions with the institutions that we had, and also we had this kind of discussion 3 years ago in here at MoMA, when I was working on a big show about art photography in Poland, and we presented this diagram on the right, inspired by Alfred Barr diagram, and showing the timeline of Polish art photography. And one of the students of MoMA said, okay, if you are such a smart guy, why don't you do the thing with the contemporary photography, which would allow you to somehow predict what will happen next? Is it possible? She asked. I don't remember which student was it, but I'm grateful for these questions, like, staying with you for some time. So I said, yes, she's right. This is my, thinking that, the art historians shouldn't be dealing with things that are younger than they are. So at least one generation gap, like a distance, should be there to objectively, supposedly research something, So we never thought about expanding this graph or diagram beyond this 1978, but hello, I thought that as an artist I can do this freely, and I can do the timeline on my own with showing what is what in the contemporary photography. And it was actually presented in one of the last department exhibitions as an artwork, which made our evaluation persons very happy, because they told me, oh, you see, this is the real bingo. So now you have points as a curator, and now you have points as an artist too. So it's like a double thing, which is like, really mastering this evaluation system of the academia. But at the same time, I was discussing this. It's kind of controversial, of course, because who's there, who's not. These guys are alive, so they were sending me feedback. And I was trying to do some marks and also see what's wrong or what could be, changed in the next version of this diagram. So, like dealing with the Central European photography, you have a lot of trauma, subjective documentary, personal narratives, migrations, wars. It's like, but there are some things that are also missing, and then you can deal with this, like fun and appropriated images, like fun stuff, or conceptual things, or like the meta level artworks that are not really happening very often in this field. So one more push towards this thing like becoming an artist or curator as an artist was that we are working on this exhibition, and me and my friend, also a collector and a bibliophile, we were looking for these images showing the actual photographers from the time. But they were sending these images and publishing them, but in many cases it's very obscure and very hard to get who took their portrait. Sometimes there were self-portraits, sometimes not. So we prepared this kind of grid to be on display in the gallery, in the museum. It's a museum of photography in Kraków. But the museum staff said that we cannot use it until we will secure all the copyright issues as curators. This is our duty. And it's not possible. It would take us 5 years to find out that 90% of these guys, are not to be traced. So it would be for nothing. But we realized, why not, that as an artist, we could appropriate this material and use it as our own artwork. And then the museum said, yes, of course, you can do this. We just signed another agreement. We'll pay you 200 euros. And now you are an artist, not only a curator. And, the thing is, of course, that you are taking responsibility. If somebody will sue you, then, of course, the artist is responsible for this work. In case of curators' contracts, it would be the museum, probably, so nobody sued us, and we showed these guys' faces. Otherwise, there would be not there, and I think it would be a pity. So this was also one of the things that I realized that it's kind of fun to be an artist, and we can go into this direction, me myself, or me and my friend, or in other kind of constellations. With other artists that I work with, Artur Żmijewski, we had this very strange experience that, whenever we go and I curate several of his exhibitions, he's a mean guy, and he's always telling, I could do better than this, seeing other artists' works. And I was like, don't be that mean, Artur, you are an artist, these guys are doing their best, it's not that you are the best. But then I said, well, I have this feeling similar to him that I could do better, in many cases. It's not only about him being an artist, but if I had some skills or ask somebody for help or make some production arrangements and things like this, develop some skills, you could do this. So, I started to think that this is actually interesting, and Anne Collier is one of these artists that I think I could do better. So this is my exercise in being a better version of Anne Collier, and which I like very much, but reading with my BA students the ways of seeing, I realized that there's a certain, a change in the perception of these ways of seeing, yes? So basically, it's not now that obvious that in Berger's writing, that the woman is this object being objectified by this male gaze, and that this is an inferior position. So the students, mostly female, they disagree with this. So we discuss it quite a lot, but at the same time, you have this kind of works and books that are all the time about this male gaze. So I said, okay, fine, let's try to shake it a bit and see what may happen with the gaze. And this is interesting that actually this male gaze is sort of a cliche, but in the original Lacanian theory, this gaze is not that gendered, you know. It's about who's in possession of gaze and who's being looked at. You know, there is a certain power play to this, but it's not about male-female relation or heterosexual dynamics. Like in ways of seeing the Berger is delivering this kind of thing. So, you know, just to remind you about this specific theory, but not going into this. This is fantastic. This is why AI is so great. You know, you just ask, the title is the prompt, and you have it in a second. So, you know, we are in this moment of abolishing the originality of art once again with this image production tools like the photo camera used to be. So, you know, I just asked him to prepare me this diagram, which is crucial for the Berger's narrative, and redo it like the guy would be handling this thing and not really knowing what to do. And at the same time, woman is playing with the iPhone, so the screen is actually obsolete when you look at this for the first time. But you know, there was always this strange feeling that this draughtsman is sketching, and you don't know why this woman is having so much fun. So now you at least know that she's having this phone, and this is her having fun, or being in ecstasy or something like this. But this guy is sort of useless with this camera, and this phallic tool, you know, is obsolete. So and I didn't ask for this troubled face on the side of the photographer. So you know, AI is really surprising in a positive way sometimes. And this is my favorite version with this faceless kind of subject-object, which is mirroring herself or her own in this iPhone thing. And the guy is really shocked, looking at her, not even at the camera anymore, which is interesting perspective. So, you know, I thought that it might be interesting to develop idea of this male gaze and who are these guys, you know, like in this Collier's book, that women with cameras. But I was thinking that men with cameras, this is the thing, yes? So the heterosexual guys with cameras, this is the issue that we have to address. And when you look at the albums and the catalogs from the past decades, maybe not today, but it's amazing what they do and how they present themselves, you know. And this is not AI, by the way, but you know, like the students today, they hate this older guys with cameras. And even the professors, when I talked to them about this project of mine, they said that yes, they feel somehow sometimes like perverts or like creeps, you know, when they have the cameras, and you don't know what to do with this nowadays. So it's kind of showing you this difference that happened in last decades with our thinking about how you use the tool, how you present yourself with this attribute, like a saint or like a photographer figure. It's also interesting that this our photographers, Central European photographers, unlike in Miška Henner's, for example, work, they are with mustache. There is this Slavic vibe, you know, that I kind of like. There are also people that I would call my fathers, like Jerzy Lewczyński, and that they enjoyed this photography and presenting themselves. So, you know, it's like a sort of a tiny monument to this male gaze, as Anne Collier, you know, was telling us about, like a embodiment of a creep. This is Miroslav Tichy, and like a BAM, like a following. And I guess this is part of this also cliche that when these guys are so strange, but they are allowed to have careers like globally, it's part of the fact is that they are from this East or Central Europe, so they are kind of different, you know, that these rules are not really applying to. We are kind of okay with this sort of photography if it's from our part of the world. I mean, this is my assumption, I would say. Why, for example, Tichy is so much, you know, like elevated figure representing photography from Central and Eastern Europe. This is the Zygmunt Rydka that I was telling you about with Christina when we are talking about this portraits, and yeah. So you can see that they are using this to present themselves as photographers. Yeah, and it doesn't matter if this is conceptual art, like in terms of Lewczyński, or this is like a strange sort of street, like in case of Mirosław Tichy, or photojournalism. It doesn't matter. What I also like is that they're kind of unknown, that people don't remember their faces. We don't want to remember their faces. Yes, it's like a sort of a collection of like unknown male photographers that are no longer sort of important. Their faces, their power that they somehow you know use, or their narcissism in a way, which is manifested in these works. And some of them, of course, are, you know, I would say hilarious, or at least funny. I also was thinking that, you know, that when you go to Peripheral and you have like this special section of L's, which is like only for female photography, they're trying to make this gender balance. And it's always like so much focus on the body and how the women are presenting themselves. So this would be like the Il's sort of version of this, yeah, like the guys with cameras that are now somehow, you know. So long lens. We were also using them. I mean, I was trying to ask these students to include the portraits into their presentations, but it's not easy also to somehow to match the face with the actual work. This is also another topic that I think it's interesting. You know, but these guys are kind of in like vain. You know, at the same time, like entitled or confident, but it's for nothing. You can see that now it's sort of useless, which I kind of like about these photos. And in many cases, they were photographing each other, for example, at some like planers and things like this. I don't know, what was this? Should I hurry up? No. It's just a sign of... Okay. So I was using like this low-fi aesthetics, just like the guys like, you know, Feldman or Collier do. This is sort of it gives certain grit to this photos. It's also a quiz. Yes, probably most of you know Boris Mikhailov, but this is the most famous Latvian photographer, which is Gunnar Zbinda. Nobody knows him probably. Poor Gunnars, all unknown photographers, forgotten. Too bad. Nice guy. So this is the second part of this women with cameras, because I was thinking that it's actually fun to see that what she's talking to me, and I'm a cis heterosexual guy, it doesn't really like impress me. It's not that I would be somehow frightened by the Anne Collier's work, or I would feel bad in any way. So these are the hookups application selfies, like appropriated and chosen especially for you. And they are actually very much the same as the ones that, you know, Anne Collier is collecting, trying to counter the male gaze. So this is a female gaze presenting itself as a sort of a male gaze. So there's like a play of this desire between this who's object, who's subject, who's having the agency, and who's not. And this is fun stuff because me and a friend of mine, it's another, not Łukasz Gorczyca, he's a bibliophile, and he was like always looking at these apps, looking for books that are on the shelves at some women's homes. But of course, for me, it was the cameras and the photography, how they are, photographed. This is the most interesting part of this. So this is a selection of anonymous portraits using this photography. One of the best shows, that you may imagine to see, like very democratic, very open, with the photography being in circulation all the time, with communication super fast, like your life depends on the image, and you can see and you can feel this in photography. You can easily see that this grid that the Dürer draftsman was using is also here in many mirrors, so it's also present here. The question if this male gaze is cancelled or replicated, it's open, I guess. Or if they are objectifying themselves, but then most of women would say no, this is their agency, so now they are subjects. So, it's, I guess, interesting topic also to research. Some of them are extremely beautiful in terms of composition. Some of them are interesting when it comes to the sociological, or material culture. So it's an amazing, a bit like in Anne Collier's work. Yeah, you can study this in many ways, including, for example, reading text by Owens about the photography on a beam, how it's like replicating these mirrors in mirrors and mirrors. This is also possible, or like we discussed with Feldman, kind of typology, I don't know, of 1,000 women and stuff like this. So it's a sort of extension to this thing. Of course, in terms of Polish history of photography, it would be Jerzy Lewczyński's Archaeology of Photography, that you don't allow yourself to erase or destroy a single photo. You have to save each one of them because they are equally important. Yeah. So here you have this like a thing to trying to save these photos in a way. Yeah, so this kind of photographs, and usual stuff. And to finish with, it's also interesting that this Lacanian theory is applied to this sort of selfies and the iPhones and uses. So you can feel that this the mirror is in a different place. Yes. So the reflection and the ego and all this power play is there. So I was actually today in the morning it came to my mind that I should add one more slide. So this woman, when she's like taking this faceless woman, when she's taking a selfie, she should have this screen between her and the iPhone. Yeah, so it's like the other one is obsolete, I guess, but there is this one screen still visible. So what we don't see a mirror. Yeah? It's worth or like in this exercise, we have to remember that we see the screen, yeah, the actual screen. So it's like this is the idea of this gaze, that it's always like framed. Yeah, and this is like it's a meme. It's not. Probably it's also like many things, or AI, or from the dating apps, whatever. But it's a joke for you for the end of my presentation. And this is actual photograph. I mean, it's not fake. This is real. This is how photographers were photographing themselves some time ago. So this is it. And I prepared this Kosonom. Yeah, good. Yeah, good pronunciation. Yeah, Kosonom. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, for this last slide, because my first question want it to be that what happened with your design. I mean, you always have these arrows and colorful lines on your slides, and I really miss them. Yeah. So then we have it. Thank you. And now it's time to have questions. I don't know if anyone would like to start. I have a quite complicated first. Yeah. So historically, photography gained trust and authority through institutions such as museums, archives, newspapers, etc. Today, however, platform-driven systems, especially social media, have shifted and decentralized this process. Trust is now less tied and institutional validation and more to visibility shaped by algorithms, engagement, metrics, and network circulation. In your lecture, you placed forgotten male photographers alongside anonymous women's mirror selfies. How do you see the role of authorship changing as photography moves from professional, institutionally regulated practices toward more vernacular, everyday forms where authority is shaped less by editorial oversight and more by visibility and virality?
Yeah, I mean, so the point of this is like I don't have this legal part of the stuff, but basically, you know that now it's an issue. Also for the museums, I run a proper cultural institution, so I'm also responsible for this. But basically, there are several layers of this authorship issues, and to cut this long story short, it's about responsibility. So I can do whatever I want with the images that I don't know if they are fake or real, or somebody took them, or you just took them, or the algorithm took them. But it's about who's like taking responsibility for these images and who's signing the contract that I am responsible. I'm the author in this respect. And what is interesting, and that there are different areas, or it may be narrower or like a broader definition of authorship, like in this, like what I said in the beginning, between the curator, for example, and the artist. There are differences in who's the author of what. Yes, so I'm the author of the concept of the show as a curator, and I have different responsibility than as an artist being in the show that I curate, because this is what they did. And I was like, this is interesting, and we could like multiply this this situation. So it's changing a lot, and I guess this photography is back again when we think about this in this like broad sense, including the generative or promptography, some people call it. We can see that it's in avant-garde, yeah, because it's tested every time you sign a contract and you show something, because you are no longer sure that this is original. What would that mean? This concept is, we know, obsolete.
That's interesting that you mentioned the role of curators and photographers again, and you are also in between, like a curator and an artist, and related to the topic of the symposium. So we are creating these contradictions, oxymorons. So you are a curatorial artist, as if I understood well, and do you still we still need this? So can we distinguish these two words on the same way than before, or what do you think about these roles?
Well, it's like I said, it's changing and it's negotiated even on the academic system. Yes, like how you are evaluated. Yes, so I can think one, but the system and the ministry is thinking that things that I do are no longer theory; it's artistic practice. Yes, so officially I'm same as any other artist in my department. The fun fact is that as a curator, I cannot give. They are giving for the major solo show in major venue of international renown, you get 200 points. But as a curator, for the achievement, which is the highest ranking solo show or like a show at the museum, you can get only 100. Yes, so the artists are always valued more, which is fun. So, but you can be an artist too. So you can, present the works, and out of a sudden, like this woman told me in the evaluation department, yeah, that's it, do it. It no longer works. This traditional concepts that they are somehow divided. So I would say, I made a note that it's funny because people think that everybody can be an artist, but the thing is that not everybody can be a curator. Yeah, so this is like the difference, I would say now. So, but like with these identities, it's not like you cannot join them. It's not that they are like curator and artist. It happened, and it's also okay. But for me, it's like they are kind of divided. Yes, and this is clearly visible when you sign different contracts. Yeah, so I'm very much into legal things, and these are different contracts. So it's not about the same. But it's a complicated.
Yeah, the paperwork always create another context. Yes.
So it's maybe just a comment, but everyone can be an artist, everyone can be a curator. The question is good or bad. So
or in the middle, mediocre, or like good enough. Because when you start to value things, you already, what's your system of evaluation? The ministry or your personal opinion, it's also, it's getting complicated. My opinion is more important, about the show or the quality of work. Same as with students or artistic work. Who's better, Okay,
any other questions from the audience?
Great, no questions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, maybe during the coffee break. Thank you, Adam. So now our next lecturer will be Ilaria Sponda, and she will be online. So I don't know, Ilaria, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So our next presenter is Ilaria Sponda. Okay, welcome. An Italian writer, curator, and art worker based in Munich, working at the crossroads of contemporary art, image culture, and distribution systems. Her practice centers on collaboration and interdependence as a way of navigate the art world's precarity. Currently, a project manager and online editor at the award-winning platform Der Grief, Ilaria brings a sharp curatorial eye shaped by experience at Haus der Kunst in Munich and C41 magazine and a wide range of international publications. So now we are going to play your presentation, and then you will be here with us to answer the questions.
Hi everyone, I'm Ilaria Sponda. I am today guiding you through my research titled New Objectivity, Clarity as Symbolic Capital in the Age of Post-Truth. In this paper, I argue that in much of contemporary European photographic discourse, the notion of objectivity has resurged not merely as an aesthetic feature, but a normative benchmark. Photographs that appear clear, precise, or neutral are often valorized as legible and marketable, setting a standard against which other visual strategies, which appear ambiguous, effective, hybrid, are judged as less valid. This paper theorizes that what appears to be a return of objectivity across institutional discourses is better understood as the consolidation of a singular objectivity regime, one that shapes institutional reception market value, and the circuits of visibility in today's photographic field. I argue that this dominance of a single objectivist idiom is not a neutral revival of formal clarity, but an operative mechanism of valuation and a filter through which images earn legibility and exchangeability. In this regime, adherence to typology, seriality, visual restraint, and indexical neutrality function as symbolic capital, while other forms of critique, subjectivity, or rupture risk marginalization. I bring to the table as examples some of those exhibitions that in 2025 European institutions staged to revisit new objectivity not merely as a historical phenomenon in its 100-year celebration, but as a contemporary curatorial lens. For example, in Mannheim, the Reichs-Engelhorn Museum, Sachlich Neu presented century-old work by August Sander and Albert Rengenpatsch, foregrounding typology and social portraiture at the heart of Neue Sachlichkeit, the German term for new objectivity. In Milan, Fondazione Prada's Typologien traced the lineage of German photographic typologies into later conceptual practices, bringing the Beches and their successors into dialogue with the legacies of objective description. Other platforms, such as OE-Menschen in Germany and photographic intersections with Neue Sehen at the Staatsgalerie Stuttgart, further illustrates how objectivity circulates through varied photographic and modernist genealogies in 2025, while fairs like Photo Basel underscored the market's active engagement with documentary and serial photographic strategies. Meanwhile, also in 2025, the festival Foto España featured, after all, photography in the Helga de Alvear collection, juxtaposing early modernist figures such as August Sanders and Albert Rengenpatsch with the Düsseldorf school to highlight objectivity's enduring influence on European visual culture. Last but not least, Pinakothek der Moderne in Munich also highlighted new objectivity photography and the documentary conceptual photography of Bernd and Hilla Becher and their students in the collection of photography and time-based media as focal points of the exhibition named On View. This institutional momentum extended to Switzerland, where Swiss Photo Month 2025 featured exhibitions engaging with seriality, archival practice, and documentary restraint, situating objectivity within contemporary debates around classification, memory, and visual systems. Collectively, these exhibitions reveal how, a century later, objectivity has become both a curatorial framework and a critical lens, one through which institutions and markets negotiate photography's ongoing tension between documentation, authorship, and value. Such exhibitions do more than revive historical objectivity. I say they institutionalize its legacy, reinforcing its currency in contemporary value systems. Drawing on a theoretical framework anchored in visual studies, political economy, and curatorial critique, this paper reads photography as a site where objectivity circulates as currency. By situating photography at the intersection of circulation, market logic, and visibility, the study reveals how objectivity is not a neutral idea, but a contested infrastructure of what is seen and what is worth seeing. In an era saturated by images, algorithmic filtering, and attention economies, the return of new objectivity invites us to ask which forms of clarity are rewarded, which are eclipsed, and by what means does the photographic field regulate visibility and value. Objectivity here operates as symbolic capital, a form of recognition that confers legitimacy, visibility, and value within institutional and economic systems. Rather than restoring truth, this regime produces recognizability. And recognizability, in an age of image saturation and post-truth politics, is a powerful form of currency. The notion of symbolic capital owes its intellectual foundation to Pierre Bourdieu, who defines symbolic capital as the prestige, honor, or legitimacy conferred to individuals or institutions when their authority is recognized by others. Unlike economic capital or cultural capital, symbolic capital exists solely through perception. It is the value others ascribe to us, transforming reputation into a form of power. In the instinction and the logical practice, Bourdieu argued that symbolic power operates in visibility, shaping social hierarchies through the tacit acceptance of those who hold it. So I will just give a brief outline of the genealogy of objectivity in photography. It's a movement that started in the 19th century, at a time where the camera, as we know, was understood as a neutral recording device, capable of producing images without the intervention of the human hand, so per se. Lorraine, Duston, and Peter Gallison have shown that this notion of mechanical objectivity emerged alongside scientific positivism, privileging restraint, self-effacement, and the suppression of subjective judgment. By the early 20th century, particularly in Weimar, in Germany, objectivity was reconfigured as an aesthetic and social position. Neue Sachlichkeit, the German term for new objectivity, rejected expressionist inwardness in favor of external description, clarity, and social typology. Figures such as August Sander framed objectivity not as neutrality, but as a means of revealing social structures. Sander's typological portraits were deeply embedded in questions of class, labor, and power, even as they adopted a sober-fronted language. I put together, for example, some examples of people, photographers who were part of this movement, like the already mentioned Albert Rengel-Patsch, Anne Wielmann, and then, of course, after the Second World War, objectivity re-emerged in a different guise. In German photography especially, it became associated with distance, seriality, and anti-expressionism, most famously in the works of Bern and Hilla Becher and their students. Here, objectivity aligned with conceptual strategies of classification and repetition, often represented as anti-authorial and anti-emotive. This reconfiguration had a particularly strong afterlife in Central Europe, where histories of rupture, reconstruction, and ideological surveillance sharpened the states of photographic distance. In the post-war decades, objectivity in Central European photography was not merely an aesthetic preference, but a political and ethical posture that was shaped by the need to negotiate memory, responsibility, and the legacies of fascism and state socialism. Then, moving to the post-truth era mentioned, the contemporary assertion of objectivity is particularly paradoxical when situated within what is often described as the age of post-truth, indeed. This is a moment defined by disinformation, deepfakes, AI-generated imagery, and algorithmic filtering, conditions that profoundly destabilize photography's evidentiary status. In this context, objectivity does not guarantee truth. Rather, it performs credibility. Hito Steyer's notion of the poor image is instructive here. Steyer describes contemporary images as degraded, accelerated, and unmoored from stable authorship or context, arguing that their value lies not in the resolution but in circulation of themselves. Against this instability, objectivist photography offers the opposite promise: clarity, coherence, and control. Objectivity thus becomes a visual reassurance strategy. Aesthetics associated with new objectivity and its post-war descendants are rewarded within contemporary art market, where they are perceived as stable, legible, and historically anchored. At a moment when photographic truth is destabilized by generative AI, algorithmic circulation, and image saturation, new objective photography offers a sense of control that translates directly into confidence, acquisition, and price stability, although reinforcing the logic of typology, which serve generative AI training and inspire a categorization of images for clarity, thus sheets and databases, among other means of data collection. Objectivity operates as a stabilizing aesthetic in an unstable visual economy. a language through which photography reassures its stakeholders, secures its market position, and reasserts its claim to authority at a time when the conditions of seeing, believing, and valuing images are fundamentally in flux. Historical photographic movements grounded in objectivity, most notably Neue Sachlichkeit and the Düsseldorf School, have achieved exceptional market valuation, with canonical works routinely commanding high 6 and 7 figures prices at auction. This sustained collector demand signals not only the durability of these histories, but also the market's confidence in photography that presents itself as rigorous, restrained, and neutral. Contemporary practices that reference or extend this logic through seriality, typological systems, or institutional modes of presentation often inherit this confidence, circulating within the upper tiers of the photographic market. Supported by blue-chip gallery representation, museum exhibition histories, and tightly controlled editions, such works demonstrate how visual austerity and claims to objectivity are translated into economic stability, positioning restraint itself as a form of cultural and financial assurance. As of 2025, the market for objective and new objectivity derived photography continues to demonstrate steady confidence across both historical and contemporary benchmarks. Works by August Sander, a foundational figure of Neue Sachlichkeit, remain active on the secondary market, with auction data indicating average prices of around $3,300 per lot over the past years, while stronger individual prints regularly achieve higher results. At the upper end of the market, for example, the historical precedent set by Andreas Gulski, whose large-scale serial practice emerged from the Becher-led Düsseldorf School, remains influential. His photograph, Rhein Zweite II, famously reached $4.3 million at auction, a touchstone that continues to shape expectations around objectivity scale and institutional legitimacy in photographic valuation. Interpreting recent auction data suggests that in 2025 the market for Neue Sachlichkeit photography is defined less by spectacular peaks than by durable above-average performance. While canonical works are not consistently reaching seven-figure results, sales at major houses such as Philips indicate that strong examples regularly achieve mid-five-figure prices, outperforming much of the broader photography market. This pattern of consistency over volatility distinguishes objective photography from trend-driven sectors of contemporary art and mirrors the aesthetic values of order, discipline, and serial logic embedded in the work itself. Crucially, these market signals are reinforced by sustained institutional attention, including centennial exhibitions across Europe, as I mentioned before, which consolidates historical significance and translates curatorial validation into long-term collector confidence, rather than short-lived auction spikes. If we then shift our focus from individual images to systems of circulation, objectivity appears less as an aesthetic preference and more as an infrastructure of visibility. Photographs that conform to objectivist norms, typology, seriality, and visual restraint are easier to archive, classify, and exhibit. They align with institutional needs for legibility and comparability. They minimize interpretative risk. Jacques Rancière's concept of the distribution of the sensible helps clarify this dynamic. Aesthetic regimes determine what can be seen, said, and valued within a given order. Objectivity operates as such regime. And here we give certain case studies and focus particularly on the example of Fondazione Prada, Typologien, photography in 20th century Germany. At Fondazione Prada, objectivity was explicitly framed as a method of classification. By tracing typological thinking across a century of German photography, the exhibition positioned objectivity as both historical construct and enduring epistemology. Typology here operates as a bridge between modernist photography and contemporary data-driven modes of seeing. The exhibition implicitly aligns photographic objectivity with broader logics of ordering, comparison, and systemization. Logics that resonate strongly in an era of algorithm governance. The contemporary return to photographic typologies is inseparable from the logics of artificial intelligence, archival accumulation, and institutional power. Typologies anticipate the visual grammar of machine learning. Images are grouped, normalized, and made comparable in order to be read as data. Revisiting typological practices today allows us to critically examine how systems of classification are deeply embedded in structures of authority, from museums and state archives to algorithm surveillance and automated decision-making. In this context, typology is no longer a claim to truth, but a diagnostic tool, exposing how images participate in regimes of visibility and control. By foregrounding repetition and difference, contemporary typological displays render visible the conditions under which images are stored, sorted, and interpreted, inviting viewers to question not only what is shown, but how knowledge itself is produced and institutionalized. The institutional dominance of objectivity is reinforced by its compatibility with market logic. Clear typological images are easier to edition, price, insure, and collect. Seriality offers scalability. Within these networks, objectivity stabilizes value. It offers predictability in an economy shaped by volatility. Objectivity thus operates as symbolic capital par excellence, appearing disinterested while facilitating exchange. Objectivity is later reabsorbed by the center. What begins as a pragmatic or critical strategy at the margins is often canonized, neutralized, and monetized by central institutions and markets. Objectivity, once a response to instability, is now a curatorial and economic anchor. The periphery supplies the language, the center consolidates the value. Historically, many of the most influential objective photographic practices in Central and Eastern Europe emerged not from dominant cultural centers, but from peripheral positions. Weimar in economic collapse, post-war Germany under reconstruction, socialist Eastern Europe under surveillance, and smaller photographic communities operating at the edges of Western art markets. The renewed prominence of objectivity in contemporary photography demands that we reconsider not what photographs show, but how photographic value is produced. In an era of post-truth, algorithmic mediation, and attention economies, objectivity functions less as an epistemological guarantee than a symbolic capital. It circulates across institutions and markets, regulating visibility and value. The question, which I'm leaving now at the end of the presentation, is not whether clarity is desirable, but how clarity operates and for whom. Recognizing objectivity as a contested infrastructure opens the possibility for a more plural photographic field that allows uncertainty, affect, and rupture to function not as liabilities, but as critical resources. Thank you so much.
Hello, Ilaria. So,
Hi. Now I can say thank you from the same temporality from the present. Thank you for listening, and thank you, the team at MoMA, to coordinate this, virtual online presentation.
okay, so now we are here, and this is time for questions. Thank you for your lecture, which created a new context around post-truth and objectivity. And my first question is, so I understand why we need these images in the circulation of art market, but what do you think, and you just had the same question at the end of the presentation, so what can these images bring to us, and what do we expect from objectivity? What do you think?
I think the answer to this is, in a way, like double-faced, because it's always about the context, whether the context is institutional and non-institutional. Because to some extent, this question I had really came from the fact that working a lot with contemporary photography and emerging artists, it's always a matter of understanding their language, and their language depending on the markets and how they respond to the market, sometimes not being open to their own expression. And objectivity, of course, can give a sense of like understood reality and a sense of like security somehow, but it can also be misleading as well. And be misleading because there's a language that really gets homologated within the contemporary market and the contemporary discourse around photography. And so to some extent, of course, it's important to really depend on those objective images to refine some kind of security within what's being represented and also what's being brought to us and what we see every day, also in order to really discern between AI-generated images and images that are still made. But on the other hand, there's always this question of what is like kept outside representation and kept outside the language itself. What happens to languages that are heterogeneous and are not homogenized under the same aesthetic language and symbolic language as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And I have another question, because we have a lot of Hungarian-born artists who were, like, let's say, followers or inspired by Neue Sachlichkeit. And Eva Besnyő, for instance, maybe you know her. And do you think that this tendency can affect their work as well? So can you imagine that, like, Eva Besnyő can be part of this, let's say, progress?
I'm not particularly aware of her work, but I think like what I saw also around Neue Sachlichkeit is that it was really a movement that's decentralized as well. So starting from Germany, it also went to other countries. For example, I gave another example from Ireland, because that's the context where I worked for some time, and I could see, like, also in contemporary photography, it was still there, and it was still giving a standard and giving an aesthetic expression that was leading and was teaching somehow, and was molding gazes as well, because that's also it's also like a big part of like how a movement can affect then other peripheries and other places, and how like it gets spread out. So I completely see that it's a movement that started long time ago, and it still has a lot of presence, and it's also like migrating to different languages. But it's, of course, it had the power of influencing their peripheries and other people.
Thank you. And okay, there is one question from the audience.
Ilaria, thank you so much for this presentation. It was very interesting for me. I think it was very suitable to mention Jacques Rancière, because I think his idea of objectivity, it's not just a natural standpoint, but more a political configuration of visibility. And this state of objectivity can become emancipatory when it's open to dissensus, to his idea of dissensus. And in this context, I wanted to ask you, How might Jacques Rancière's idea of objectivity as a distribution of the sensible rather than as a neutral standpoint can actually change how we understand documentary truth in photography?
Yeah, I think, it's a really relevant point to discuss as well, because as you said, like, it's not just about aesthetics, but it's about something that is getting perceived visually, but then it's like really entering a way of thinking and a way of seeing. And it's still relevant today because like looking at a lot of platforms distributing photography, a lot of festivals distributing contemporary photography, we can all see that there's a tendency to an homologation of language, and it might appear as an aesthetic thing, like rather a thing that is connected to form and colors and patterns and also storytelling, but it's something that is much more than that. And I see like everything as political, and also aesthetics are political today as well, even though like it seems that photography is not truly embedded to that when it's just artistic photography in a way, but it's never just artistic photography. Because also photography is so tied to visual languages that we encounter every day, then this distribution of the sensible and distribution of a way of seeing, it's of course much more than just art and much more than just something that we see, because it's starting from there, and it's just reflecting also how visuality in everyday on media and everything is affecting a way of seeing and a way of thinking. And then it's important to discern how like aesthetics are still communicating and are still affecting.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Oh, yes, okay. Here first.
Well, I think it's more a comment and a very personal comment. I studied in Düsseldorf in the 90s in the academy, and at that time still the Bechers were there teaching. And I think so let's say I grown up with them. And I think that it's an answer to fascism. There were no other possibility. So, in my inside view as a German, it's the only logic consequence, what Bechers did.
Yeah.
So there were no other,
I think like,
so there were no words. There is no how you can act after fascism, after Holocaust. So it's connected to this. So there is a gap in German understanding themselves, or I don't know how to say this. Yeah, in German identity there is a gap. So, and I'm saying this personal as German. So it's changed everything in the structure of identity and thinking and art and everything. So this objectivity from looking from inside is the only answer. Though that's my personal.
no, of course, but then it's like when it got decontextualized and it's after years, it's interesting to see what's still embedded within that. Why is it like now becoming an institutionalization, and what is there to be seen? It's like, it's also like this this issue with decontextualizing something and bringing it to the now, like what it means now, that things are getting recontextualized and are endangered as well. Because of course it was a response that it was very much relevant, and as you said, like, thank you for adding this contribution, but now it's like everything is being used for different means, and that's the issue.
Yeah, now we are standing somewhere else, but in that time, when the Becher started, and there was a different time. Okay, but in fact, now we don't go in this.
But thanks for the contribution.
Okay, so there is time for one last question. Arion?
Thank you for your presentation. maybe my question is naive. Photography, the objectivity is, I see that there is, it's an illusion, it's a long-lasting illusion, objectivity. And there is a trust issue, right, with photography right now, that we finally realized that we cannot trust, because of AI and because of everything, cannot trust photography anymore. So we exchange trust for freedom of, am I right when I say this? And what comes after trust? What comes when we, how do we replace this lost trust for the images?
Yeah, and it's a question of what images are meaning today, because it's not just about representation as before. And yeah, it's a really much open question, not really naive, I think. What do we expect from images? Because it's always easy to also criticize the status of contemporary photography and how things are getting recontextualized. And also us as individuals, as separated from institutions, because it's always a different discourse, especially when moving into contemporary photography and somehow being like gatekeepers in a way, and also like deciding what is relevant today and when like an artist is like producing new work, like what are the what is there to be evaluated, and is it truth that we're looking for from, especially from like artistic positions, or is it something else? Is it, as you said, like is it freedom or truth, or is it truth or understanding and opening up of other sides of reality as well? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Ilaria, for being with us online, and I hope we can welcome you here in person in the future. So thank you. And now it's time to have some fresh air and drink a coffee, and please come back in 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, let's get some light. So welcome back everyone. Hi, I'm Judith Geller. I'm a photo curator and a writer, and I'm an assistant professor here at MoMA Photography Department. I studied art and design theory here at MoMA, then I did my PhD at ELTE on philosophy and media. And my research revolves around artistic uses of archives, photo books, and contemporary photography, especially in Hungary. And I'm very happy to host our last and the fourth section of the conference, right here, left now. While we were brainstorming on the subtopics of the fourth working context, Arion came out with this oxymoron, and it immediately became my favorite. For me, on one hand, it reflects on politics. On the other hand, it's very personal. Right here, left now, like in a dreamlike theater plot of life. One person comes in the scene, another one goes. New hopes, new roles. A regime came, a regime go, hopefully. But ruins can remain, and we have to be conscious on where we are coming from and where we are heading. So the section titled Right Here, Left Now deals with the in-betweenness, liminality, and transformation. Our lecturers, Emma Gajdos-Lancsaricsova, investigate post-industrial ruins. Cristina Moreiro, I can't see you, Cristina, but somewhere here. So Cristina will talk about Central European photography as a practice shaped by uncertainty, and Leung Chi-Vo will show details on the connection between memories, found images, and photographic reenactment by their practice. So our first presenter in the section is Emma Gajdos-Lancsaricsova. Emma is a visual artist who primarily works with analog and instant photography. Her artistic research focuses on exploring the essence of photography by using primary variables such as time, light, and space, as well as their negotiations. And Emma's lecture titled Concrete Phantoms, Photography at the Edge of Presence. Emma, thank you very much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you very much for having me here, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity to present you my long-term artistic research, which started in 2016 with this photo. So, now, to think a little. Ruins are remnants of the past, outsiders of the present, and remain a question of the future. Are these columns merely a nostalgic vision of a utopian landscape, or are they a warning of a future in which humanity has become obsolete? I ask this question at a time when it becomes increasingly clear that we must begin to think about the post-Anthropocene. I discovered the site of the colonnade in 2016. It lies halfway along my daily train route, and each stop there offered a temporary escape from reality. Like, absolutely. Entering this place appeared almost unreal, like a forgotten, fragmented land scattered with columns. It felt like a place where time had come to stand still, or where no time existed at all. As a result, it became difficult to determine its temporality, whether it belongs to the past or to the future. But isn't photography precisely the medium that affirms that something exists, that allows us to report from and about the world? Isn't photography always at the edge of presence? So, each visit brought an intense sense of timelessness. Being in that space felt like a return to lived memories charged with a great dose of nostalgia, or rather a sorrow that felt foreign to me, a sorrow arising from the topography of the place. The factory building and its colonnade complex have passed their peak. After an active life comes a phase of invisible flow, a phase of inertia. This phase is characterized by corrosion, degradation, erosion of mass, and the impossibility of fulfilling its potential. The place enters a state which I call melancholic ruinization, a slow disappearance and forgetting that is simultaneously a process of transformation. The memory of the place doesn't dissolve into oblivion. Entirely, it shifts. New modes of existence begin to emerge, silent, unbounded, fascinating in their unpredictability. And every stay at this place was also accompanied by a strong feeling of déjà vu, a feeling that echoed past visits. Such an experience of time defines linearity. I was looking at something that I think I had already seen, but differently, or at another time in another place. The experience revealed a deeper, more universal context, and that is the existence of numerous similar sites across the post-industrial Eastern Bloc. Places imbued with tension between collective hope and historical trauma, between utopia and its transformation into totalitarianism. Ruins are tangible fragments of history. They attract us and permanently occupy our imagination, our past, and most likely our future, as if they were rooted within us, not only the ruins themselves, but also what remains of them, something like unfulfilled dreams. The central motive of the work is the column, a fundamental structure element not only of the site's architecture, but also of the architecture of emerging image and memory. The repetitiveness of the motif refers to an inexhaustible set of possibilities for capture. Throughout the project, the column accompanies the viewer from static images to subtle recordings of movement made with a stereo camera to the black and white video shot on 8mm film. Here we see the result of working with a 3D film camera, which captures 4 photographs with a single shutter release from slightly different angles, introducing a subtle sense of movement into the image. Each frame is therefore a record of sedimentation, the layering of time. And these pyramidal objects that you can see are inspired by the inside of the 3D film camera. Like you have 4 dark places, and I managed to make them bigger, in a bigger size, so you as a viewer at the exhibition could look into those, I call them pyramids, and you were absolutely separated from around worlds. So you can focus absolutely on that small different movements in moving in the image, because it's the same time, same scene, but it's not the same. So the place opened up a field for exploring several themes and key concepts simultaneously, like time, light, time and space in photography, their duration, their flow, and their invisible transformation. It also brought forward notions of utopia and dystopia, the unknowability of the world, memory, and nostalgia. The fascination with the colonnade is captured in the extensive collection of visual and film material I accumulated across the years, and they are forming a personal archive. This project has been exhibited internationally under various titles, such as Utopia or Non-Place, Non-Time, each time taking on a different form and configuration. Though there was never the final exposure, never the final ending. While the presentation changed over time, the conceptual core of the project remained the same. From photography, the work gradually expanded toward objects. I also engaged with the fragile boundary between reality and fiction through the creation of my own 3D model of a column and a constructed environment within the darkroom. By doing so, a space opens for parallel light timelines. Each photograph, each part of the project carries its own temporality. For example, here we can see Polaroid 8x10, and as a part of installation with the 3D model of the pillar, which also looks like its projection. Here is here you can see darkroom print with a photogram of a 3D model. And because I understood that the Polaroid is so intimate format, but it's I really love Polaroid, so it's my favorite. And I understood its limits. It was really important for me to somehow transfer the experience of monumentality to the viewer. So in the Nitra gallery, we built, literally built a 4.5 meter tall pillar from Styrodur. So viewers can feel at least so small as I felt so small standing between the colonnade. And now let us turn our attention to the present. Last year I revisited this Utopia project and it became Photopia. It was specially prepared, this exhibition was specially prepared for Jan Konjarek Gallery in Trnava, my hometown. Whole exhibition was made from scratch. All artworks were new pieces. I worked with my archive because it was impossible to get to that place again. So it was like revisiting my memories of the place, not the place itself. So there is another time shift in the project. So the creation of an archive becomes an act of time accumulation. Analog and Polaroid photographs affirm the existence of the depicted colonnade, while simultaneously, through their distinctive aesthetics, they gesture toward an idealized world. Sorry. Photography is, for me, or my understanding of photography in this project is that photography is utopia by itself, because we never remember the exact moment when we are being photographed, for example. We never remember the act looking to the camera, to the lens. We remember through the photograph the whole event, you know? So, and through this whole packed memory, we are remembering something like idealized state or a trace of the world that never existed as we remember it. So the central object in the exhibition comprises three stacked plastic rectangular shapes. What are those? They are ready-mades that I found in this place, and I took it from there because they were reminding me of a photosensitive paper and their layers, like layers of photosensitive papers. They are accumulating time and memory, and that's why on the exhibition this piece is the one that is really affirming that this place existed, because in this piece there is accumulated time of that place. So they bear witness to this place reality and duration recorded in each undulting layer. These layers form a living process containing the sediments of captured time. The term sensitive also implies a certain fragility. That fragility can be found in most of the materials I use in this project. The Polaroid itself is a sensitive layer because even after development, when its colors should be fixed, they are never fixed. They are changing through time, and they stay light sensitive, and they change. And when they are exposed to direct sunlight, it will eventually fade. So it's really important to protect them. The Polaroid has its own specific color palette. This becomes an automatic filter applied as the photograph emerges directly from the camera. There is nothing added to it. Its coloration naturally encodes nostalgia for me. It seems the Polaroid restored the aura of the original. As an instant medium, the Polaroid is now mostly obsolete and may no longer be instant in the true sense of the word. It becomes a historical witness of itself, attempting to restore value to photographic image. The symbol connection between the columns and the Polaroid photographs takes the form of a mirroring, a fragmented reflection of the world poised between what is real and what is constructed. This Polaroid series consists of yellow-black duochrome images showing primarily the interior of now demolished factory building. And in the glass mosaic installation, I deconstruct the Polaroid photographs manually, physically, and reveal the transparent photo layer. In other words, I access the Polaroid's sensitive layer directly. Each frame is stripped of its plastic backing and affixed onto the glass. As a result, the Polaroid is no longer protected and becomes subject to change. Gradually fading over time, it becomes an object of impermanence. You can see a lot of nuances of the material. I really love it. Likewise, the Polaroid emulsion floating in a square glass container constitutes a processual record of the passage of time and transformation. At the vernissage, it was unbelievable that this even happened, and I don't know why it happened. The emulsion was buoyed by an accidental bubble that formed in the water. And over several days, the emulsion gravitated along the perimeter of the glass container, and then when the bubble burst, it started to sink, and then the degradation process began. So this exhibition lasted half a year, and at the beginning you see this, and in the end something ephemeral happened in between. In the end you saw just a smash something underwater. Also, there were lenticular prints made using with the stereo camera, which it was made like precisely. So it was moving when you were moving a little bit. And in the exhibition, it was important for me to show different materiality, fragility of these materials, and ephemerality. I understood the columns as physical artifacts, awaiting for the new reinterpretation to give them meaning. This interpretation thus becomes a way of survival. And in Jan Koniarek Gallery, we produced and published this book as a final exposure to the project. So this is my absolute ending. And the absolute ending for me is a manifesto of utopia, which I would love to read to you now. So in between, you can list through the books, and I will speed up a little bit. It's not a long text. So, utopia is the most fundamental concept of imagining the future. It stems from the belief that human beings are at their core good, and therefore expect something better, something greater than themselves. Humans are idealists. The future always appears on the fragile threshold between utopia and dystopia. Both are natural and both are possible. Our everyday existence oscillates between these poles, shaped by the decisions we make. The world is not about dualism, and it cannot be defined as one thing or another. It is about uncovering the layers it offers. At its roots, it is neither positive nor negative. It is shaped by our will and by the way we choose to see and ignore what we do not want to see. The idea of utopia propels us forward, yet at the same time it suppresses the priority of the present. Utopia is idealistic, at times even reckless. It is intangible, stimulating, and motivating. We live for the future, yet we do not live now, because now is elusive. It is difficult to fully inhabit the present when it immediately becomes the past. The same is true of photography. Its essence lies in the tension between frozen time and the desire to preserve it. It is a cutout, a record, a decision, and a focal point of idealization. Every image is, to a certain degree, a product of imagination, historical, collective, or individual. Visions, images, and photographs materialize as frozen points in time, as moments. Doesn't being in the now, in the anticipation of the future, itself becomes a utopia? I often imagine future experiences so vividly that the act of imagining precedes the future experience itself. These mental images reoccur, and are relived again and again in my mind. Yet this reliving is not real. It is physical but not true. Memories of the future emerge, rich in visual and emotional intensity driven by longing. At a certain point, we can no longer tell whether they are mere fantasies or something that already happened. Imaginary memories of the future rewrite both present and past as time flows without interruption. The next emotional state that follows is nostalgia. Nostalgia for a future we have already lived in our imagination. Nostalgia for memories of a future that can never truly be experienced in reality. This kind of experience is at once utopian, nostalgic, and dystopian. It is symptomatic of the entire 7-year period during which this project was developed. It has transformed into photopic longing for the reproducibility of images once lived in the future. The core of the project becomes the artistic research and unrevealing of temporal structures centered around a single present question. Do we find the future in the past or the past in the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emma. I really liked how your work and your lecture talks about past, present, and future in the same time. So it's time for questions, if you have some.
I hope it wasn't too much to process.
Christina, thank you for your presentation. As we saw your work, you work with many medium and you really like the tactility and the surfaces and the ephemeral objects. And I'm just wondering why was necessary to use the variety of different medium in this project?
To prove that one scene of pillars can be reproduced if in absolute repetitiveness, and we are still engaged with the image. We still find something new, and it still attracts us. So it's like this motif of a pillar is, for me, it has no ending for my interest. I cannot finish somehow with this motif.
I have one more question.
Yes.
Yeah, how you immerse into the location. It's finally, for me, it sounds or looks like a person. So basically, finally, a personalized environment. And what do you think? What would be the only image which really represent the person?
Okay, so it's hard for me to imagine this place as a person, because this place was a place where no persons existed. Like I wasn't even realizing myself there. So I'm not sure if I'm able to answer to this question.
Yeah, any questions?
In my understanding, your project is about staying, so like not leaving the place. And yeah, I just took so many notes, and I think this is the value of the project, that you don't move on. And so my question is about that, and it's quite a small space. So as a photographer, usually we choose a topic. We choose a, let's say, territory. And then we take photographs, and then we move on. We find another place. We document it. And then we create a series. But you don't move on. And it's a really small space. So what do you think? Is it the amount of space that we can deal with?
I would maybe point out that sometimes when we limit ourselves in some way, like we don't have never-ending possibilities or never-ending space, it is sometimes better to focus more. And especially in this artistic research, I realized that in this small place can be found the whole world. Like so many themes are engraved in the space, you know. And when I made this whole archive, it's like really a lot, full disk of photos. Now it opened another world, how to work with the archive, and what does it mean?
It sounds a little bit of luxury to work with one place that much.
I have one more question. So you consider this work to be closed with the book, but what is the afterlife of the original artworks? Do you have possibilities to sell them, send them, keep them in? So what is the afterlife of the objects?
Yeah, maybe I will start with one thought and then I will answer. Throughout this project, I sometimes was thinking about what would people say about this first photo that I showed you, if they will find it after 100, 200, 300 years after this. Like, would they believe that such a place existed? Because at one exhibition in Helsinki, nobody wanted to believe me that this place really exists. They thought that I created the whole scene and everything, you know? And to answer the question, or maybe I can continue a little bit. Now, I'm not sure what would be the answer if people or someone in 400 years find these photos or objects or anything, because, you know, now we have AI and it can be easily done, remade. So there is this post-truth that we talked about today, and most works I still have at my home in atelier. It is accessible for sale because that's what I'm trying to do. And for me, as an artist, it is really important to be capable to deliver art for everyone. So the price is not that high. Like, for example, this catalog. This catalog has its own, like, it is real one original photograph taken in that place. So it's original photo, and anyone can buy it. And if they want, they can frame the whole catalog. So then they have art piece. Yeah, but if you were thinking about how these Polaroids last in a time, once I did like a huge mosaic, and it was exhibited outside in external
circumstances.
Yes, circumstances. So there was a direct sunlight every day. After half a year, it went totally blank. But for me, it was incredible, and I was extremely happy about it because they were shooting the stages of disappearance. And yes, this theme is also about disappearance. So, you know, I can anytime make a new mosaic, but this one, which is with no image, blank, has a value also for me. And to resist the Polaroids, I always use UV protecting light, UV protecting glass, so they are covered and protected. And I almost forgot to say that here is a scan of the largest Polaroid photograph that exists in the world. It is 50 to 60 centimeters big. So it's impossible. It was shot on an expired film. That's why it's like icy blue colors. But yeah, so you see the book starts with the classic photo that I showed you and ends with the final shot on the biggest Polaroid material, which is going to be absolutely obsolete, and probably they don't exist now anymore. Yeah, so
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would love to ask Cristina Morero to come on stage. Cristina is a researcher, a curator and editor from Romania. She's working as a lecturer at the George Enescu National University of the Arts and coordinating a research project entitled Margins of Vision, Photography and Peripheries of Europe at the Institute of Multidisciplinary Research of Art. She is a founding member of the Center for Contemporary Photography and also co-editor of the academic publication Studies in Visual Arts and Communication. And Cristina will share her knowledge and experience on the uncertainty in Central European photography. And thank you very much for being here, and the floor is yours, Cristina.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this introduction. I propose that instead of framing Central European photography in terms of stylistic unity, national identity, or documentary authority, I propose to turn to the concept of the poetics of uncertainty to account for the region's photographical practices. Rather than treating the photograph as an evidence, as a transparent window onto history or social reality, I propose to look at it as a fragment of a shattered mirror, a reflective surface refracting multiple and often contradictory truths. I approach Central Europe not as a fixed geographical entity, but as a historically unstable cultural formation marked by ideological ruptures, shifting borders, forced migrations, and competing regimes of truth. In this context, photography has operated as a medium suspended between visibility and erasure, testimony and doubt, memory and repression. My argument is that uncertainty in some of the photographical practices that I will be presented should not be read as failure or an ambiguity that requires us to offer a solution. On the contrary, uncertainty for me functions as a generative epistemic condition, as a way of seeing and thinking that resists closure and that allows the coexistence of incompatible but yet necessary truths. Photography has long been associated with institutional regimes of truths. From its early institutionalization in the scientific context, the photographic medium has been associated with verification, indexicality, and evidentiary power. In Central and Eastern Europe, this function was intensified under the socialist regimes, where photography operated within a tightly controlled system of representation, serving both state propaganda and forms of counter-documentation. However, following the theoretical critique of photography through articulated by thinkers such as Alan Sekula or Ariela Azoulay, a fixed or indexical notion of a photograph as a stable carrier of meaning has become increasingly difficult to sustain. The photograph is not a simple record of what was, but a site of power, of affect, and interpretation, and a site where all of these intersect. The metaphor of the shattered mirror, I think it's useful here. Unlike the window, which promises transparency, or the mirror, which implies maybe a reflection, a coherent reflection, the shattered mirror produces multiplicity, distortion, and partiality. Each fragment represents something different. No one can totally claim. So my theoretical references draw on affect theory. I'm referring to Brian Masumi and this idea that images transmit intensity and sensation, emotion, rather than ideas or meaning. Feminist epistemologies advocating for situated knowledges. And also post-socialist theories referring to the afterlife of ideology, and here I'm mentioning Boris Groys. In this framework, uncertainty is not indecision, but a heightened awareness, a sensitivity to instability, as a condition of historical experience. So to give you a bit of historical context, although I don't think it's necessary to insist on this, the collapse of socialism after '89 was often narrated as a moment of liberation and clarity, yet for many societies in Central and Eastern Europe, this transition was neither linear nor complete. It produces new form of disillusionment, economic precarity and symbolic displacement, alongside with the erosion of collective narratives. Photography became a privileged medium through which these contradictions were processed, and many artists developed visual languages marked by hesitation, ambiguity, and affective dissonance. We see, for example, photographic practices that revisit archival material without stabilizing its meaning, or that expose domestic or intimate space as site of historical representation, or photographs that employ strategies as blurring, repetition, or fragmentation. Such work resists the narrative of transition and instead emphasize what remained unresolved: silenced histories, compromised memories, and the uneven distribution of visibility. Uncertainty here reflects not only political instability, but also a crisis of perception. How do we see, how do we remember and represent after the collapse of authoritative frameworks? And for this I have an example of the Lithuanian artist Demantas Narkevičius. His photo and film-based practice engage with archival materials without stabilizing its meaning and foregrounding this delay, repetition, and engaging with temporal disjunction. His practice resists the narrative of transition by exposing how socialist histories persist as fragments, residues, or unresolved structures of perception. Rather than clarifying the past, the archives become a site of uncertainty, reflecting a crisis of representation after the collapse of authoritative figures. And here in this work, entitled Too Long on a Pedestal, which was produced in '94, difficult moment in Lithuania society, where was still this negotiation between the profound political and symbolic ruptures after '89. And instead of framing the collapse of socialism as a clear break, a clear moment, the work reflects on the unease transformation of ideological heritage into history. And here the artist replaces the monumental representation with a modest object, with this pair of worn shoes which are filled with grain salt, referring to this tradition of using grain salt to preserve organic matter. The salt represents here a suspended historical time. Ideology is no longer active, but neither is fully forgotten. And I think these works align with Boris Groys's idea of ideological afterlife. Boris Groys theoretizes this condition of the afterlife of ideology as a persistence or transformation of ideological forms rather than a total disappearance. Taken down from the pedestal, This symbol persists only as residues which are displaced, emptied, and materially altered. Understanding the irony of the work, we see how it reveals how ideological form do not simply disappear, but linger in an unstable, unresolved state. In this context, I think it's suitable to introduce this concept of affective ambivalence as a feature of photography in the late 20th century. Images often oscillate between intimacy and dissonance, tenderness and suspicion, longing and critique. Rather than rejecting nostalgia, many artists mobilize it as a compromised affect, one that acknowledges attachment while also deconspiring the ideological sediment. Nostalgia appears not as a sentimental restoration, but as a conflict in relation to the past. Domestic interiors, family albums, and personal rituals become charged with political residue. The camera proximity does not guarantee trust. Instead it exposes how deeply observation can be internalized. One example here, suitable here, I think it's Libuše Jarcoviekova from Czech Republic. She's invoking intimacy and this concept of affective ambivalence. Her photograph of domestic life and relationships, close, intimate relationship, and the self-oscillation between intimacy and exposure, tenderness and suspicion. The camera does not secure a trust relationship, but it reveals how observation and self-surveillance are internalized. Nostalgia appears here as a compromise affect, inseparable from the ideological pressure and emotional vulnerability. Diasporic photographs add another layer to this poetics of uncertainty. For artists working across borders, photography has become a tool for negotiating partial belonging. Images often hover between here and there, refusing a stable identification. This photograph function less as a marker of identity than an evidence of an ongoing negotiation. These strategies disrupt photography documentary promise. They suggest that what matters is not what the image shows, but what it hides, what it hesitates, what it withholds, and where this fracture lies. In this respect, the Polish artist Aneta Gresikowska, her photographic practice addresses identity as an unstable and performative event, often working through absence, through substitution and self-erasure. Her work invokes fractured identity, hesitation, a disrupted documentary promise. And she resists stable identification, hovering between presence and disappearance. While it is not autobiographical, this diasporic nuance is perceived in a narrow sense. her work powerfully articulating a partial belonging and a fractured subjectivity in a globalized visual field. To conclude, I propose not to approach Central European photography as a unified style or a regional school, but as a field of which is shaped by ambivalence and incompleteness. The poetics of uncertainty allow us to read photography as an unstable archive of lived experience, as a site where personal and political history intersect, collide, and persist without resolution. These images do not offer answers, they pose questions. And in an era increasingly dominating by polarized narratives, algorithm classification, and a demand for an instant answer, such practices insist on the value of the unresolved. They remind us that the most honest image may be those that refuse to settle, those that acknowledge their own limit and that dare to remain incomplete. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Do we have questions from the audience? Yeah, I have two questions in one. So you just had a slide with the different photographic practices of nowadays. And what do you think, what is the most important role of a photographer on one hand and a researcher today? So these are the two questions, artists, photographers and researchers. So what is most important in this uncertain field?
In your question, I noticed how you perceive like a sort of a difference between photographer and theoretician. And my question back to you will be why you feel the need to dissociate between the two? You can be like a researcher and a photographer?
Yeah, my question regarding to photographers is image making, and researchers as those who talks or interpret the images taken by photographers. So that's why I divided the question into two parts. It doesn't mean that I think that artists cannot be researchers and researchers cannot be artists, as we just go back to the previous conversation. But yeah, that's my question. So
more precisely, the question is what
what is the role? What is the most important task and role? Yes.
Well, yeah, it's like it's a hard question, I think. What is the role of the photographer, or what is the role of a theoretician? I really don't like this idea of assigning roles. I would like to have more flexibility and to maybe find ways of intersecting those practices, because I think as a photographer you should not limit yourself by imposing a certain role, a certain trajectory, but let yourself be influenced by other peers, and your peers can be a theoretician. And this is why I insisted before on this differentiation between photographer and theoretician, because I think from this symbiosis can emerge something interesting. So but rather than assigning the role of the photographer and differentiate it with the role of the theoretician, I think we should have like a broader image of what each can do and how those two intersect. And I'm advocating this because in my practice as a theoretician, I'm coming from philosophy, but I open a Center for Contemporary Photography, and in my life, those roles intersect, and I think it's a fruitful intersection.
So is it the same for universities, because you also teach, so do you spread this
Yes,
idea?
that it was like, yeah, thank you. I remember like a meme that was circulating, telling us somehow we are not one thing anymore. Everybody's a curator, editor, professor, photographer, theoretician. So I think in this capitalist context that is pressuring us to do multiple ramificated, not jobs, but also to extend your abilities. I think you cannot be one thing anymore. And in my biography, I have like a editor dot slash curator slash theoretician slash professor, and depending on the context in which I'm presenting myself, I emphasize one or the other, but I'm still the same person. I just have like this fragmented, shattered mirror identity.
Yeah, we are very much forced to multitasking, but someone just said that monotask is the new sexy. Arion has a question.
Yeah, I agree with you that multitasking takes away quite a lot of energy at the same time from focus. I would like to make one comment on this let's say simile or example or metaphor. I don't exactly know what to call it. The fragmented or the shattered mirror, because as I understand, when we look at the mirror, we are able to move in front of it, and actually, regardless of the size of the mirror or the amount of small mirror pieces, we can see the world, the entire world that is reflected in it. So it's, I'm asking whether it's the photograph of the shattered mirror, what we are talking about. And the other thing, which is more of a, which is the question actually, I really like this these two words, affective ambivalence, together in the heart shape, and I think it's quite descriptive of many works and projects that we see, especially in the young generation. And my question would be, immediately connected this phrase to the previous presentation, to Emma's work. Like, do you think that? So, how do you think that, for example, this definition would apply to that work that we just saw before?
How do I think that the concept of affective ambivalence would apply to Emma's work that she presented? Can we let Emma answer this question?
Yes.
Because I feel like it's more about the work than
if she wants, yeah. Why not? Yeah.
No, but yes, I think I will be more comfortable to talk about the affective ambivalence in relation to the work I presented than in relation to the work Emma presented, because I don't know so much about her project. So if you allow me to reframe your question to my presentation, yeah, I draw this analogy between affective studies and ambivalence. So this was like my concept, to have these creative associations inspired by Brian Masumi work, because he talks about this state of uncertainty as a potential, not as a lack. And I think, yes, you can apply this concept, maybe, yeah, it can be applied to all the works I presented and to the work that Emma presented. But just to situate my research, I think this affective component is significant, but not alone and not like the main frame, because my main frame is first. I mentioned post-socialist studies and feminist studies, but also like a broader field of epistemology in which we discuss much about uncertainty. Like I'm referring here to Jacques Derrida, for example. He discusses this uncertainty in the frame of indetermination or instability. Or if we go further to phenomenology, to Merleau-Ponty. Sorry if this is too theoretical or I'm getting further away from the question. I think Emma is signalizing that she wants to answer more concretely in relation to the work.
You can finish. I just wanted to add something afterwards.
You have a question for whom?
No, I would like to be part of the discussion.
Yeah, okay.
So you mentioned uncertainty. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Or we don't have to think about as a lack, but as a possibility. So this uncertainty is for me rooted absolutely in my practice with Polaroid, because when you press the button, you have to wait 15 minutes to see the image. And while you are waiting this 15 image, you are absolutely uncertain what will happen, because it is so specific material. You never know what happens. There are always these mistakes, corruptions, some I call them happy accidents. So for me, it is the best possibility to answer or to add to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma.
Yeah, so I can do we have time? Because I think
I just wanted to suggest if we go on with this conversation during the round table, maybe. So it would be lovely to.
That I didn't approach the. I felt that I hadn't answered, but we'll leave it to maybe to the break or to the round table.
One new topic for the round.
Yeah. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, Christina.
Thank you.
And I would love to ask Leung Chi-Wu, who will talk about their collaborative project. Maybe just go on slide. Yeah, thank you very much. So Leung works together with Sarah Wong, who cannot be here right now, but she's watching our online streaming, so she's probably following us in the conference as well. So they work together, or they collaborated since 1992 and co-founded an art center called Parasite in Hong Kong. And later on, they participated in a residency in New York where they premiered City Cookie, their most widely exhibited project. They exhibited in several biennales and triennales, as well as showcased their work in art institutions worldwide. So today, Leung Chi-Wo joined us to share details about their project under the title Contesting Memories, Reading and Taking Photographs. Thank you very much for being with us, and the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you for having me today. We're two artists working together. And unfortunately, my partner, Sarah, and she couldn't be with us in Budapest today, but she's online now. So it will be only me to speak. Just a brief introduction. I have received training in both visual arts and photography, and Sarah studied visual arts and landscape architecture. And we are both interested in urban studies and photography. On photography, I always thought about how to produce a photograph, but she was more into reading a photo, as you can see here, in a very gut feeling. This was a very early project. We explored together how the city could be represented and interpreted alternatively, physically and literally digest. For today's presentation on photography and memory, we realized that they are actually two separate things and are only sometimes connected, mostly limited to the photographer and the person being photographed. Our projects began here for today's presentation. In 2010, we were commissioned for site-specific work for a train station in Tokyo, in the Ota district. For our research, we found this photo book, and we had a lot of anxiety to produce a proposal. So luckily, we found this photo book about that area from the 1950s. When we came to this picture in the book, we found this place a little familiar. That was strange, as we know nothing about that Ota district where this book is about. What we found interesting in this prominent woman figure in the foreground, as you can see, and she's looking back. It seems telling a lot, but we would not have any clue. Then we realized that it's actually the shopping street right outside the train station. You can actually tell it from the telephone booth on the left. It's always there for many years, but of course it's been changed like over the times. Sarah is actually standing on the right, sort of mimicking the presence of that woman. So we were curious if that woman in the previous photo would be still living nearby and came to the train station even after so many years. She would be really old then. So we decided to pose as she did, looking back, and make it our self-portraits, somehow thinking of her. It's a life-sized portrait of Sarah, actually, on the window. It's actually impossible to have anyone standing outside the window as the station platform was raised at a high level. So it's kind of strange to spot a person on the window. Anyway, we had some imaginations about who she could be, but after all, it's only a projection from us. She might not know she was even photographed for that picture, which has ended up as a historical document. We don't know if she might have any memory of it, but now we remember she was in the picture. We can even recall when we did our shooting, how our neck muscles felt when turning our head. We just couldn't help thinking about her seeing these pictures on the window. An image we tried to appropriate ourselves as her when she was young or younger. So this project prompted us to think about how vulnerable we are to becoming part of history without any self-awareness or consciousness, being only an unknown passerby in the backdrop or foreground. And for sure, we are not the subject, but only an object. We are nobody, just the others without any identity. So looking at these anonymous figures who were only faceless skeletons to the photographer, we hope to give them some flesh by thinking of them a little more and giving them a few more features. This is the beginning of our project, Museum of the Lost, in which we collected found images with faceless figures. We studied them and wrote notes and captions. And the same photo for our train station project, as you can see now, we examined it further and found at the center this tiny female figure scratching her back. It was so little, really, really little. So it's easy to overlook, but hard to forget once we saw it. We only discovered her a few months later when we looked at the photo again and we began to connect with her. Someone asked us how we chose these unknown people. We didn't. Perhaps it's they chose us. We collected these images as artifacts because we thought there was something interesting, perhaps the subject, the pose, the clothing, the composition, and etc. We kept them for a while, maybe a few months or even a year later, and we look at them again. Then we might discover something new or unexpected, or we will be just bored and then discard the images. It's a very subjective process, but it's also a process to develop a methodology for us to sense and read something beyond the grand narratives. So this is how we displaced the objects. Museum of the Lost is a project about lost identities and memories. It was a journey to encounter people who were unwillingly or accidentally captured by photography and circulated in the public realm. And any memory of them was preempted. We tried to shed light on the overlooked and forgotten figures and to amplify the micro-narratives. So we sort of explored the invisible and wrote text about the hidden. Sometimes we felt that we were sidetracking or subverting the intended readings of the photograph that the photographer or the editor had aimed it for. It was an act to identify the unrecognizable, which was deemed to be failed. So we turned it into a physical experience. This is Sarah again. However, it's an action for ourselves instead of acting in any role. It's a performative process to experience how a split second was extended to a couple of hours, which was the length of the studio photo session. We had no knowledge and memory of her, so-called the original figure, but only the tension between our limbs. If the unwritten past was the black hole of history, we used our bodies as a band-aid to mend it or cover it. This was me. We called it self-portraits because it bears our own memories of the process. I remember the direction given by Sarah and the cues shouted by the cameraman and other assistants, helping me to maintain the correct posture. The removal of the original context of the founded image allows us to focus on the figure, which didn't get the relevant attention previously. It has become a choreography of the everyday life of an unknown person, with the body of the artist as the medium. Medium, I mean, sort of like a very spiritual, communication between the living and those past. When we displayed the found image or object and our self-portraits, they are never side by side. We hope the audience visual memory of the exhibits can function at some points which can be different depending on the viewer. Someone might miss the disconnection if they were not told. Just another example, the design of the title was straightforward, just a literal description of what appears. Like many artwork titles given by the historians, many or 100 years later of old paintings, but not the painter themselves. Back to the original reference, sometimes we really felt sad for him not to be known or even noticed. As you could see that tiny figures. This is the newsletter of the SPCA, the Animal Rights magazines. The found objects installation is called the Museum of the Lost, and the photo reenactment series is called He Was Lost Yesterday and We Found Him Today. They are parallel projects and interrelated, sometimes interchangeable as titles. They are the foundation of our practice and the methodology that can be applied to more specific subjects. Here you see is a shopping street called Endoji in Nagoya of Japan. We were commissioned by Aichi Chirinale to do something with its community. We looked at the photo album of the families who had their life and business there over generations, around 100 years. Not many photos came with notes and information. We only got some fragments and need to research more to be able to write about them. It's a process to fuse facts and fictions. Different from the earlier writing, now we felt more confident in creating fictions. We consider each caption is around 100 to 150 words, mini novels. So I just read, for example, the caption for the left pictures. Dressing for Bride's Parade. Gelatin silver print, 1955. 11.4 times 8 centimeters, so it's super tiny. Fujita Cosmetics Collection. Founded in 1956, the now famous Tanabata Festival of the Endoji neighborhood was previously known as the Bride's Parade. In its predecessor, as part of the celebration, all the male participants dressed as brides. In this photo, we see an amusing moment where Mr. Mitsutaka Fujita shows his pride at becoming a woman, while the woman who helps him dress tried to hide from the camera. She was 35 and not yet married. Though cheerful and active in the community, she had become embarrassed about being photographed as she herself was not yet a bride. More we looked at these photos, we found it's a collection of the neighborhood and community who shared their happiness, life, and culture, which were the general narratives. However, we tried to explore individualities and intimacy among their collective memories. And we began to see many strangers in their very private life. In other words, such an alternative reading of photographs allows us to reconstruct a common ground between us and people whom we don't know, but have followed them for many, many years, as these strangers always hidden in their family albums for over 30, 40 years. Here you see a few reenactments. We made a total of 8 portraits out of 49 founded photos. So not all the founded photos were considered for the photo reenactments for different factors and considerations. And so we just studied and wrote them about. So I guess you can recognize this. And also this. perhaps not this. I didn't show you the original photo, which was about a celebration by the people in the same trade back in the 1960s in Japan. We mentioned the choreography in our performative photography previously. We attempted to create a space where time and physical form were fused together for us to contemplate the zero memory, or the distance from its reference. We are not concerned if the memory was correct, but with what we chose to remember, which is a reflection of our interest and affect. A few photographers have appeared in our works over the years. Perhaps it's also a reflexive incarnation, or reincarnation as well. Here you can see these small framed photos inside the shops. It was just displayed in the shop were actually those family photos we found that came from here. So there are several shops in the shopping street, so when you walk past, you would you could just do window shopping, but you can also find these small photos, and you can start to read a little bit, sort of like fictional or factual, and you might even ask what this photo is about to the shopkeepers or owners. In the empty shop space in this neighborhood, we made this meeting room where people could read these small photos we selected and wrote about. All the large portraits were also hanged here. We wanted to make this space comfortable that they could have time to find out the context and connection. Of course, we can't help if people only rushed around. Finally, we moved our practice to a short film production, which is about 9 minutes long. We didn't do the self-portraits as before. Let's just take a look at this 1-minute excerpt at the opening of the film.
It is 1970. There are 4 women carrying tarai, or basin, on their heads. Kay is there in the center, wearing a light-colored top and skirt. I was born in Seoul in 1982. 1970년대에 대학생이던 아버지는 고향인 부산과 서울 기숙사방을 자주 오가곤 했다. 그는 아주머니들이 건어물을 팔던 역 뒤편의 염천시장을 기억한다. 다라이를 머리에 이면 목 뒤쪽에 가벼운 압력이 느껴진다. 처음에는 대야와 척추를 일직선으로 만드는 이 동작이 수월한 듯하지만 시간이 지날수록 무게를 의식하게 된다. 저릿한 통증이 시작되고 목이 쑤시기 시작하면서 통증은 점차 심해진다.
It was a three components narrative running along the reenactments of the pose. The pose of Kay, as mentioned in the film, is depicted in the photo by Korean photographer Ki Kim Chang. The first component, of course, is Kay, a character which we fabricated so that we could justify her presence in the picture. The second is the physicality of holding the basin. It tells everything scientific about carrying things over our heads. The third is the narrator, who tells stories not only about Kay and knowledge of head carrying, but also about herself. Finally, we moved our practice to a short, to explore Korean photographer Ki Kim Chang's archives on the everyday life of the lower class in the 1970s. We collaborated with young Korean woman academic Park So-young, whose middle-class upbringing contrasted sharply with the unknown figure Kay in Kim's photo. She referred to the memory of her parents and the Korean society. We just posted her personal notes in the script, rethinking the meaning of very special physicality, cultural belongings, and womanhood in a Korean context and beyond. She also performed the acts to give another reflexive layer to connect self and others, or subject and object, in reading and taking photos. So,
Kay는 태평양 전쟁이 끝난 후 형편이 좋은 가정에서 태어났으리라 짐작된다. 한국 전쟁 중에 부모님을 여인 그녀는 몇 해 동안 삼촌의 돌봄을 받았다. 한동안은 고아원에 있었을지도 모른다. 그녀는 젊어서 결혼했고 염천시장 근방 골목길에서 살았다. 나는 9살 때 말레이시아로 이주했다. 할머니 집 근처 골목길에 관해서는 희미한 기억만 남아있지만 할머니의 집이라는 안전한 경계 바깥은 거친 세상처럼 보였다.
So her shaking due to long posing was real. And we didn't mention this part before we asked her to collaborate with us. Otherwise, we thought that she might, turn down our invitation because it was almost like a very physical torture and holding the position for hours. With the extreme close-up revealing the details of materials and textures, the realist approach struck an irony, reading only on the surface but nothing else. To wrap it up, we'd like to show you the ending of the video, which may subvert the whole immersive experience and question the constructed nature of the reenactment.
One day, while having the basin on her head, Kay could even free up one of her hands to care for other needs, just like other ajumas.
So Azuma in Korean means motherhood. Usually they use it to describe, mid-aged women, with children grown up, and they couldn't really look after themselves very much, no makeup, just like work at home and so on. So finally, to end it, we asked, is the representation reduced to the very physical acts of filming itself? While we wished to learn about others through photography, we might just return to the very basic memory of ourselves taking the photos. So for those who are interested to see the film online, it's only 9 minutes. That's a QR code. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions from the audience? Yeah, Arion, Anna.
Thank you much for your presentation. I was just wondering that this kind of reacting is also a method for psychodrama. So when maybe everybody's familiar with it, when some kind of traumatic events happen and you react what happened with you. What do you think that what is the effect to react everyday tiny situations? For example, for you as an artist, to put yourself into this everyday act.
I think for us it's like a little response to the everyday life, which is just happening so fast. And we basically had no time to really look at any details, any small things. But once for a while, you sort of like between this big business, between these big things, you allow yourself to daydream or to look away or sidetrack from that main track. And then all of a sudden I found that I could see a little bit things more that I even imagined I could see. So that was an interesting discovery moment for us. And we actually did workshops with people. We we don't really consider this as like, you know, a private properties of the artist, because I think this is the weight of practice that could adopt by anyone. You know, I think we all should somehow like give us a little bit of time to see something else. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I just found that like it's fun for us, but at the same time it's also sad because we found ourselves we actually missed a lot. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I remember when we were selecting the proposals and we were asking ourselves the question, like, okay, it's a Central European symposium and your work is obviously not taking place and not dealing with Central European problems, but we were very intrigued by the use of, in the proposal we saw some newspaper photographs that you reacted to, and I really would like to ask this, that you, in the presentation, you considered or you used newspaper images and private photographs or found photographs. And for me, the very interesting element in your work is that there are these images, or there are these people who live on the covers of newspapers, you know, like we see they are actors in something that takes place in a very, very public scene. And with this practice, with your practice, you place yourself into this very public role and you flip it around completely. And for me, that's a very interesting element of the work, and that is something very universal that we can also adapt or associate with here in this Central European context. So my question would be, like, why do you take the images as equal? Because in my reading, your source images are very different.
You mean equal between like our reenactments and the reference?
like the source images that you are using. I really see that there's a big, there's a fundamental difference between the people who appear on the pictures in their role or how we look at them.
Yeah, and that's exactly our starting point. When, I mean, particularly in the press photos, you know, and the editor and the photographer's reason to take pictures could be, you know, more than apparent, you know, as the so-called the news value, the information and the storytelling, but at the same time, you know, cameras, action, the machines is controlled by the person, but the process basically is almost like a very mechanic thing. So it just captures everything in front of the lens. So there would be a lot of victims, you know, and they were not considered or they even didn't want to be part of it, but they happened to be with it. So this is the beginning of the whole thing. We tried to examine what's the meaning of photography in that sense. Yes, the photographers is very important, but at the same time, it's the camera act in it. I still remember, like, you know, the quotes from my teachers when I was learning photography from him. And he said that, like, you know, every time we thought that, you know, we are seeing the world through the camera or the lens, but indeed it's the lens looking at ourselves. So I'm trying to compare this, like, in this case, you know, who's controlling what? And I tried to lay it out and, you know, decontextualize the photos where it was, and to give a bit more attention to what we miss. Maybe that's really empty. Indeed, after all, I think I kind of like expressed that we couldn't really see anything from the photograph. It's just really like the fatness. We could get it from the photos. What we could get is simply the act of photographing, you know, the photographers, ourselves as the models, and who were engaged in this action. And so these two parts, they are not equal, but they are really related if you want them to be related. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Hello, my name is Judith Telek, and with my co-worker, like with my artist friend Laszlo Csaki, we made a series a long time ago, like in the 2000, and what we did, we found, or actually I found some negatives in Germany, and so we imagined this couple who lived in the 60s, 70s, and they were traveling in Europe, and we reimagined what they would live like in the 2000 and how would they act, and we set up images in Hungary in the 2000. And my question is that we gone into the problem, of course, that we have a face, and of course our face is very recognizable, not as much as our body maybe, especially if we show it from the back, but and we use masks to overcome this problem. And how did you think about, you know, showing your face? Or you never considered showing faces, or was it a concept that you don't show your own face in this project?
And I think we're kind of I shouldn't say enjoy, but like this is the condition that when things are not identified, so that pursuit to identify in our project has become like a guarantee failure. So that what I want to say that like you try to identify some, you get yourself so close to it, but you never can reach it. So this is the tension. Then we find that like it's almost like a drive for us to work on this. Indeed, like during our process, for example, some of the news images, if you spend time to look at other newspaper, you can actually see the other side of that person. You can recognize it. And for that reason, like we found that if we can recognize anything, we're not interested in anymore, because as I mentioned that like we are interested to consider these black holes. When the black hole is no longer the black hole, it's become, you know, beyond that, that almost like a powerless or hopeless, you know, action to deal with this search. And so for this reason, we found that notion of being faceless is become very important. And also for our reenactments, of course, it's our personal experience, but that also lead to that idea that person could be anyone. It could be us. Of course, I had to tell you that this is our self-project. Otherwise, you would consider that could be the paid model or whatever, right? And that's also an interesting thing, because what's missing, what's lost in this, you know, fraud of history, everybody's basically.
There was another question. Is it still? Yeah, just short, please.
So this probably isn't a question, but a comment. I understood that the beginning of your process was giving time to photography as a medium and reconnecting to the term punctum from Roland Barthes. And I really appreciate that you show us with your work and strategy that it is really important to give
photography time, that is the most ultimate thing that we can put into. So we can find the world there as you find your strategy for working. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma, and thank you very much, Leung. And thank you all. Now we have a little lunch break, and let's meet at 2:30. So thank you very much for your lecture and sharing your work with us. A program itt lesz. Következő szlájdon. Nem, nincs. Ja. Kettő lett volna, nem?
Do we have everyone who is here? Yeah? I think we have everyone. I think we are recorded. So this part is also recorded. That's the thing. And there are two things that I have to mention. That we have. We have this little exhibition outside, but also on the website there is this online gallery, and we have two more participants, two students. One is Lilian Kovac, and the other one, maybe some of them have Isabella Dumbier, who they were here during the day. They are also part of that exhibition, and also the gallery. They did not take the stage, but I think it's important to mention that they are also part of this event in that way. Yes, I think we touched upon quite a lot of different topics, and sometimes I have the feeling that these 4 sections, they were more or less not just overlapping, but interconnecting. Sometimes I look at Katarina, that even in your title there was another section's title appearing. So I think there's quite a we have an easy chore, or it's going to be easy to find these connections between the topics that we touched upon. So I think that would be one role that we should take, that everyone should give a comment on these past 2 days. But at the same time, I would be very curious by the end of this roundtable to figure out what would be the topic for the 5th. So next time when maybe we or someone in a different constellation we meet again, how do we move forward? How do we move on from this point? And with this, I would like to ask my fellow hosts to start the conversation. Or if someone has a comment. No, I have to ask. So I will ask this question, the first question. What do you think? What will be the next topic in our region? Not of the conference, but what will be, where do we move on? And I'm maybe asking you this. It could be a game.
Yeah.
Someone else.
So maybe as a self-reflective feedback is that we have so many topics to deal with. We have responsibilities, and these 2 days just made more chaos, maybe. So maybe if we just expand that with these oxymorons and with these positive, negative on one hand, on the other hand thing, then we open up or make a wider gate for confusion, but also it widens our perspective. So on one hand, it's nice. On the other hand, it's a bit confusing. So this is my reflection, and I really enjoyed the lecture. So I'm very happy with all the knowledge that we gained from you all. And for the next one, maybe education is one of my topic that would be interesting. How to deal with this situation with the next generation. So what can we share? And yeah, that's one topic. Maybe Kati, would you like to continue? I'm sorry.
Well, well, topic I don't know. This is difficult to answer. I can reflect a bit what touched me, and in fact I could connect very good to Emma. And also when I think that the question of utopia and also this ruin question is a very, how you say this, overload, yeah, topics. But if we take out a bit this overloading and look more at the idea, then I think it's a very important thinking, the question of utopia. And it's always connected to dreams and future and what we imagine, yeah? And I liked very much this, what you said from your Polaroids, and then they disappeared. And it's become white, like a new white space for imagination, yeah? So this was for me very, very interesting, yeah? Or it's, how you say this, started to give me some, my mind started to work. Yeah, beside this, a lot of other things were also very, very interesting. Sometimes I think I not understood everything, I not got everything the point, but so regarding all, it was very interesting, and also the preparation for this event was very intense for me, as my project is really work in progress, and for me it was the first time that I showed up, that I came out with this, and I had to talk about, not just show some pictures, some images, but really to talk about, and this was a very, I took it very serious, so I went really deep inside, and I think it was a very good process for me, for my work, to understand things better or to become an idea. Yeah, so in general. But for me, this utopistic idea is really very interesting, and even when it's so occupied with a lot of theory and I think this idea is very, and also when I see the world today and the reality in what we are living and I'm living, it's for me absolutely actual to imagine how it can go on or what's going to happen. Yeah.
Oh my God, Arion, you have so hard questions. I think, can we get back to this a little bit later, because I wanted to. Yeah, okay. So that's, it just came, so Panofsky came into my mind during this event, and the iconology, so how we understand images and what kind of methodology we have, and what are these like old school methodologies which we have to renew or like innovate a little. And I saw so many very interesting ways of understanding the image. So it was really relevating for me to see how we can read the image, the photograph, not just the image, let's say the photograph specifically. It was amazing. So I think from my side, that was the most interesting thing, and I think it can be something, a food for thought for the next symposium. So what kind of new ways we have, not just seeing, but like reading the image. And so yeah, that's from me. But this utopia is also something so important, but it's still, I don't know, I don't believe in dystopias and utopias, and I really like this thing that we have the facts, and these are not really facts, or like how we can understand the facts very differently as well, but this reading process, and like give the time to read a picture and read again, and like having this interesting circulation and go back and find that also photography is so interesting with these different mediality that we have. So like see these different medialities next to each other. This is what we have now after 200 years, and I think this is a very interesting value that we have to use in the future.
Okay, I will just follow you. I love your comment, and we talked a lot about ways of seeing, about image, but what we lack and what we missed is, I think, materiality of images, and only Emma told us that a Polaroid is important for her because it's certain body of the image. And I would love to talk with you all, maybe next year, about materiality of images and question if there is something certain in Central and East Europe about materiality in the past, in communist periods, and today, if somehow we can analyze materiality of images in the context of social and political mechanisms. So yeah, that's my idea and proposition.
I'm forming my thoughts as I talk, so they might come out a bit squeaky. I'm not really sure what the next conference should be about, but what I did notice in the presentations, and thinking back on all the presentations, that a lot of them concern concepts and ideas that are related to the idea of the Anthropocene. And the Anthropocene taken from a sociological point of view. The Anthropocene as the final stage of modernity, where modernity is the stage that where we see the future as inevitable, that we move toward the future, where we put the human in the center, where we externalize the consequences of our behavior, either to, if I talk from a Western European point of view, to either Africa or Asia, or even Elon Musk saying, oh, we'll just go to Mars and build it. I mean, it's externalizing issues. And I think we are at the end of that. I think we are at the end of modernity, and we're moving into a new time frame, which we can call the Anthropocene. Again, from a sociological point of view. And a lot of these ideas that we are discussing, dystopia, utopia, the male gaze, are all connected to this idea of modernity. And I think it's important that we move beyond modernity, and that we have to adopt new languages, new words, new ways of seeing. Photography is definitely a part of that. We talk about materiality, but also what are the consequences of materiality? I mean, the environmental impact of photography is enormous. Let's not even talk about the impact of generative AI on our environment. Those are all issues that I think we really need to think about. I mean, yes, the image is there and how we look at the image is extremely relevant, but we've got machine vision. Machine vision is taking over our societies. There's all these concepts and ideas that are connected to this end phase of modernity that I see around me, and whether we like it or not, it will end within the next 100 to 150 years because we're running out of resources. So the world will, our society will change, whether we like it or not. It's our ability to adapt to that new situation that will either make us survive as a species or make us irrelevant as a species. Because the Earth and the environment will survive. It's either with or without humans. Now that's maybe a very bleak outlook, but I think this idea that we are as academia, as artists, as photographers, as journalists, as creators, we should be at the forefront of these societal discussions, and I think that's where already a lot of the topics that I heard in these past days were addressing those kind of issues, but I think it's also interesting to see if and to what extent we can make those more explicit and create more responsibility for ourselves and in the messages that we share and how we circulate those messages. And I think those are issues that I would like to see addressed one way or another in the future. And I think education is one really good way of doing that. Discussing materiality is definitely an aspect of that, discussing utopia as well, but I think there is a common theme within that, and that's just a thought that I would like to share with you all. This is also something I would like to commonly work on, because this is one of the real challenges that we're facing, I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something similar to the last three speakers, because I really liked the idea of our last speaker, that something that was lost, now it's again revealed. And for me, all these topics around materiality and even anthropocentric is quite, I don't know, maybe I'm a fan of it, that's why is it, archaeological. And like we're digging into understanding photography, in understanding how to get like something analog, for example, in our works to this digital world and to keep it there and to get to others or to show to others, I don't know, others like in terms of somewhere who is living not here in Eastern European or somewhere else, or others who are going to live after us, and how we can leave it like in archaeological term and what they are going to find like after us. So that sounds for me in all these huge like words with some material stuff or something that we try to understand through photography. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe we can create a performance for the next symposium. So we will start with a play that some people from the future come here and find out, like, I don't know, leftovers and remains, and I try to understand what these are.
Maybe we should do from nowadays not collective portraits, but collective photogrammetry, to have the direct scene of the place and from any point of view. So future generation can come to this scene.
I would just like to reconnect to the idea of utopia a little bit concerning our position, like our physical position in Eastern and Western Europe, because I think that I can really connect to the idea of thinking about utopias and the Anthropocene and like long-term future ideas as 100 or 200 years. But I think what is really interesting for us in this case is that it's not us deciding about history. It's like if we go back in history, we see that we're going after the big countries. We are choosing size basically, and we're really in a position which is mainly about inside and trying to get to know, trying to discover what are the ways that we can choose, but we are not making the ways. And I think that our position in Central Europe is maybe about that, somewhere between the East and the West. And I'm not saying that it should be the topic of the next symposium, but I think that if we are already connecting to the idea of utopias, and yeah, then maybe our ideological position is also interesting concerning that. Sorry. No, I don't have that much voice because I'm a little bit sick. Sorry for that.
I was thinking about like how in many, or not many, some presentations we saw this interplay between like a global issue, for example, Mark mentioned, and the very, very personal reading of it, even when it's architecture or borders, that and the lifespan of not just the images, but like the importance that we associate with these images. For example, Chimont and Salomon, how these images that are supposed to be relevant, they are entered or moved into this very personal sphere, and I'm asking even myself, like on that 150-year timescale that you mentioned, will our ambitions matter at all, or these images be relevant?
And according to you, I'm thinking about how to make photography matter again. Matter. Yeah. From my view of perspective, when I point to Boris Groys, which wrote that humanity has never been much more interested in presence than ever before, because there were periods like we are looking back to the history, then there were times when we were trying to predict the future, and it was all about building the future. But now, as everything is so quick and fast and almost instant, we somehow forget how to be present here. And you know, this everyday practice that I bring the phone from my backpack or somewhere and took a picture. I don't even look at the picture. I will put it back and I will run far away. You know, there is no connection between the device and the operator. So I would maybe suggest we can try to find out the specific elements or specialties about photography, what photography can give us, what can photography teach us, and how we can perceive photography from daily perspective. Like we will give photography some value again, you know, because now it costs nothing. We don't care where it is. So it's without any value. We need to give photography value, and then we can make relationship to the photography and make photography matter again somehow. And there was one more thought I wanted to tell you, and I forgot, I'm sorry. But also I wanted to thank every presenter, because every presentation was absolutely inspiring, and it is fascinating how people are thinking and grasping ideas that are floating in the air. And for me, this symposium was like a web full of interesting thoughts, and I could grab one here, grab one there, and I remembered like if we understand that photography was patented almost 200 years ago, but there is still something magical and fascinating about it. So that's what we should find, either in the resources, either in the material, either in the fundamentals or history and theories like Barthes. We can always look behind, and yeah, it can be absolute remix of everything, because somehow it is absolutely hybrid either. So there is no definition what is photography. Yeah, but
it's interesting that you mentioned this magic of photography, and because I just realized that there is a kind of like a tendency that so the two-dimensional image is not enough anymore. So there are a lot of ideas how we can make photographs an object, or like objects, and so why then? So is it part of this magic of photography, or what's happening around this dimensional switch? Because I think it's quite obvious, and also in your case. I don't know, what do you think about it?
Yeah, it is like dimensions of space and time that we are making archaeological findings about photography. Still, there is a lot of plenty to be discovered. I believe so. Yeah.
Afterward, I just think that definitely we will and we should still have a lot of anxiety. I mean, the questions like what photography still borders is actually reflecting we are so concerned that if photography is still having a future or whatever, I mean, it's like anniversaries thinking like how those portrait painters were so anxious when someone invented photography. And then now we find that painting never died. And so that would relate to many things we can think about. I mean, I really think that technology is really something we have to think exactly like, when the painters need to really think about technology when photography came. Because it's even far more urgent, because we find that the development of technology is even much, much faster than 100, 200 years ago. And how to respond to that swift development is really something. And I exactly think that it's that anxiety help us to push. For example, can we define the word photography now? Or is it still necessary to define what's photography? Even you can create a super photographic image without a camera, it's still just an instant. Right, so this is a lot of things to think, but if we try to bind everything, with
that diverse anxieties, and I can't really think anything else than teleology, because that's really something we feel that can be really helpful, but at the same time we have a lot of dreadful feelings about it because we don't know it so well.
Sometimes I think about photography as a vital form of power and how to connect with the world. So for me, I don't really care if photography is digital or analog or whatever. It's like it changes its form through the technological differences, and but still in the background there is this possibility to capture the world, and that's the vital form of it for me.
Exactly, because I think now is really the time that, or it has been always, photography has become more and more popular. It's the most popular now, and it will be even more popular tomorrow.
I agree with Adam concerning the theoretical references that were made during the conference. And I think maybe as an optimistic point of view, maybe from now on we will start referring to each other in our future lectures. And also I agree with Mark concerning the Anthropocene as the wider, broader concept that could summarize the conference, or that could be perceived as a conference that as a broad concept. And maybe we can, for a future edition, we can move towards the post-Anthropocene and engage with concepts as new materialism and approach photography as a post-human practice, and maybe perceive the image not as a concrete factual representation but as a speculative affect.
So basically, you posed the question about there are so many teachers who have students, and where was the peak of photography or something like that. I think this is somehow shifted the focus from just, let's say, this kind of single or ephemeral photography to the photo book, because I think it's really important to mention that, and I'm just talking about the Hungarian scene, that how intensively show up really serious photo books in the last 5-10 years. So I think this kind of creating something which is not disappear on the online scene is so important, and we actually, Judith was one of the editor of a book where was, I think, 10 conversation with artists who created photo books, self-published or with huge public houses, but it was really interesting to read the importance of that. You as an artist has something which is printed and not just somewhere in the online sphere. So and maybe I would pose a question to anybody who has students, and maybe or you can have some kind of feedback about what is your experience to create photo books and not just create images for Instagram story.
Well, now I answer more a bit, or reflect on this, not answer, more reflection. More as a visual artist, yeah? I mean, as I'm coming from painting, for me it's quite normal that I have materiality, yeah? It's not this abstract somewhere on my computer, yeah? So for me it's very important in photography to have a touchy outcome. And the book is a very, 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 even I like more books than exhibitions. So I always tried to make from my photo projects books, as I think it's a very good and very important materialization, yeah? So to not have it just somewhere, this abstract, virtual, yeah? And to reflect on everything what I heard now, and again, as an artist, a visual artist, so in the end, when I go home and I got a lot of impact and things to think about, and I like this kind of connections, and I'm always try to connect my work with research. But in the end of the day, I'm facing then me and the image. And I have to deal with an image, with aesthetic, with the question of how and why, and like this, or better like this. So so the discussion and the work on my image and the aesthetic, how this image will look, and how I can make it and create it, that what I think I saw, and I want to show how this, I call it now content, how this becomes the aesthetic. Yeah. So this is the, in the end of the day, this is the fight. And I don't mean this now in a pejorative way, yeah, in a positive. So a creative process I'm in, and this is my essence. And in the end, it's very important to have something materialized in my hand. So in fact, for me, it's a question about image. The image, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You. Yes. To answer your question, I often with students talk about the possibility to expand the exhibition, and following this idea of curating beyond the exhibition or expanding the exhibition further on. You can talk about a book that presents the exhibition, and to consider this materiality of the book as an extended form of the exhibitionary context.
It is very visible in Poland as well, an interest in photo books and sometimes in all photographic techniques. And when I spoke about materiality and my question about materiality, of course I thought not about technical issues, but to think about this from new materialism perspective and posthumanism reflection. So I think it's a subject as some phenomenon and maybe a response for digital and virtual world and so on. So, and we, as you said, like we really see an interest of this materiality. So maybe, and there is a question if there is something what is so much visible in Central Europe, or it is a global phenomenon. I would like to consider this, yeah.
Because I remember that my first lecture it was about photo books and historical ones, but of course this research is progressing and I'm working to make more shows about photo books. However, this thing with the contemporary Central European photo book is very special, I would say, and these books are outstanding.
can I also say, disregarding our project, but I think that photo books, objects, and new spatial practice in photography, I think it's not only Central European, it's a global issue related with that people overwhelmed with rectangular, high-resolution photographs, which are everywhere in our devices. It's on social networks, it's in our gallery, and the artist, as always, want to provoke new thoughts and emotions in the audience, and they try to step out of this rectangular, high-resolution thing that we face not even every day, but sometimes every minute and so on. And I also see one trend that I oftentimes hear from now and several years, that people even try to find a new way how to look and how not to look. I hear it from some students and some people from industry that they, close their eyes and tie with some tissue for several hours just not to see, not to be overwhelmed with the visual stimulus of our modern world, and after that they have some more clear image of their surroundings and some new thoughts. And maybe the practice of not seeing something and focusing our attention on some right things will help us to find formats which will be modern and unique for a new auditory.
I don't know, I just was thinking that for me as an immigrant, the first things that I took with me, I could get just one backpack with me for the time when we had to leave country, and there was a book, sorry, not a photo book, but just a book, and this was something material that I took and was important for me to have, just because I like the feeling of the books, how it smells. That was the first thing I did with your book. I smelled it. That's a nice smell of it. That's amazing, and I'm a big fan of photo books, of course, and I'm trying to as well support, for example, my classmates, if I know that they have photo book, and just to support them. But going again to this immigrant story, for me it's really hard to get lots of stuff with me and this material thing as photo books, even if I want. And for example, I promised that for now, while I don't know, is it my home now, is it temporary or something, I'm not gonna buy it. Unfortunately, now I have, I think, 10 photo books just for 2 years in Hungary. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, how it's gonna be. Will my husband allow me to take it, or I will, I don't know, donate it to MoMA somehow. And that is a huge problem for me as well for the artist, because I want this feeling, I like it, I like to observe it, but maybe that's why as well we are working with our project, and we were a little bit surprised when we made an open call and we asked for to think somehow new in the form of this digital 3D, but we got lots of photo books. And well, the hardest thing that could be for the viewer for this digital exhibition is to look through the books or to watch a video. And we have these two problems that we have to solve somehow, but still to show the photo books. We tried it, we have some examples, but we had to bring as well this feeling that was just, this thing when the artist goes through page and page and you look how he shows you all these images. That's an option for me for these books, but how all these books and photo books can be seen in digital world, what we can do with it, and that's what we are trying, and maybe that's what I'm trying to cope with my problem, to keep these photo books, these things, there's something digital with me as a person who is in this position, temporary, I don't know for how long, and what is it for me? Sorry, some psychological part. Yeah, thank you.
Just add a few comments to Polina, because a photo book is an object, and from those applications, we didn't want literally to scan this object and put it into some digital environment, but we instead tried to integrate in our environment some object that was connected to this photo book. For example, there was one book about specific typewriter and the writer who was using it, and we put this model of a typewriter, and then the visitor, if was interested in this project, could find a video of flipping the photo book. So even here, like, this materiality can be replaced with original source of inspiration for the photo book. So yeah.
Can I?
Yes, you can. Okay. I'm very short, but I really don't want to focus on photo book next year or after next year. But I think I really like the idea of the smell of the photograph. So like smelling the photograph. So it's maybe a horizon which is wider than the photo book.
Yeah, I also wanted to connect to the smell. And it came to my mind that, in fact, for me, it's not equal if analog or digital. And if we look like this, photography has a materiality, analog photography. And I'm shooting analog. I could not change this. I tried, but I understood after a time. I always said to myself, oh, it's so much easier to shoot digital. But I tried, and I could not change my perception and the way of shooting and working. I could not transfer to digital. When I have a digital camera, I go deconcentrated. I can't focus. I just take photos. I couldn't change this. And then I understood that for me, to shooting analog is a kind of, it's forced me to concentrate. And I need long time, and through this process, I'm already thinking. So shooting is for me a long time thinking process. And then, in fact, with the analog, so my first project, where then also the outcome in the end was a book, but it was not even not scanned. So it was scanned, but the prints I made by hand in the labor. And the smell in the laboratory, the chemical, and the things what can happen there by incident, yeah, that you forget to take it out by time and it becomes too light, too dark, or something other sticks on it, or whatever, yeah. So I loved it. And I have to say, then later on, especially by the Hungarian cubes, then I started to scan, of course, to the analog negatives, because I made a huge afterwork. What I like also very much, the afterwork. And now I'm in this Armenian project now, I have a very strong wish to make it again reverse. So to become from the, so in the end to have again negative, and to have this kind again to go, at least with the black and white, to the laboratory, and to have this again, this materialization, yeah, the material, the paper, the smell, the chemie, and the things what can happen there. So in fact, photo is a very material medium.
Maybe can I really Thank you very much. So maybe an umbrella, a notion that could cover the things is, for me, the institutions of photography, because it refers to the materiality of photography. What do a museum expect? What do an educational system expect? What do a gallery, a commercial gallery? So these are different expectations of photography that could create a conclusion or outline all these topics that we talked about. And why it is still different why do we still have different institutions for photography and art? Would be also an interesting topic to deal with.
I wanted briefly to add that smell is also part of the magic.